SchnaubenBucks Kaffee Bier heißt Sie willkommen zum Snortfest. Beginnend bei Das salzige Schwein, Schweinebraterei. Und breitete sich auf Dutzende von SchnaubenBucks Salzbierzelten aus. Snortfest sind 3 Wochen trinken, essen und gute altmodische Ausschweifungen. Machen Sie mit. SchnaubenBucks. Willkommen bei Salt.
Oh boy. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening. This is DSP News 2nd edition. I'm your host, and let's get into the situation. Ladies and gentlemen, hopefully you guys are doing well. For anybody who didn't get a chance to see the post on the main channel, happy belated Thanksgiving, if you will, because this is after the fact. Hopefully your guys' Thanksgiving went well, and given our current situation, which is apparently continuing to escalate as the days go on, hopefully you guys had a chance to, if not spend time with your family, friends, loved ones, neighbors, whatever the case may be, at least you got a chance to speak to them during Thanksgiving. You know what I mean? It's been a rather hectic situation for everybody, so I would hope that at least some of you guys had that opportunity. Thanksgiving for your boy went pretty well, you know what I'm saying? Did a lot of cooking, had a lot of bacon in there, and a lot of people were pretty happy with how the cooking went. Didn't actually have a gathering or anything this year, but I still decided to cook. And then I found these like to-go containers. They're almost like bento boxes, if anybody's familiar with a bento box, but they're a little bit larger, and I was able to kind of section everything off into that and then have that delivered to friends, family, even a few of my neighbors that I'm cool with. And so I got pretty raving reviews and whatnot. And I think my Southwest bacon mac and cheese, yeah, I think that shit might be a staple. I might actually make a video going over that, actually making it. Maybe, we'll see. But in any case, like I said, the holiday season, for what it was, for making Thanksgiving as good as I could make it, it was all right. Anyway, so like I said, hopefully you guys had a great Thanksgiving. I'm recording this on Sunday the 29th, so that means that I actually saw the Tyson Roy Jones fight, Roy Jones Jr. fight, I should say. For what it was, it was what it was, I guess. I might go over that too, actually, because it's already like circulating on YouTube. So we'll see. If you guys haven't had a chance to see it yet, you guys can find it on YouTube though, and whatnot. There was actually a couple people streaming it on YouTube and Twitch, respectfully. So that's a thing. But if any of you guys did get to see it, I'd like to hear what you guys thought about it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's some of the pleasantries out of the way and whatnot. Like I said, you know, hopefully you guys had a great Thanksgiving as best you could. If anybody had a chance to watch the Roy Jones Mike Tyson fight, like I said, I'd be interested in hearing what your guys' thoughts are on it. Or you can also find it on YouTube. If I can find a reliable link to it, I will actually put it in the description if I can find one for you. Because you know, some people have them modified to make sure they didn't get struck down. I get it. But we're not here for that. Let's go over some DSP's random bullshit for a minute. Actually, I might dedicate a channel where we just do stuff that's off topic from Darksydephil. I probably should do that. And we could just do random videos over there. That'd be kind of cool, actually. I will think about that. Anyway, actually, we got that third channel we're not using. I guess I could do that. All right, we'll see. All right, DSP news and nonsense. I got some videos coming out for the main channel, so look out for that, going over some of his shenanigans. I saw the tweet that was going around about him basically trying to shit on that military, that active military member, or maybe he's not active anymore. There was a guy who's in the military that was talking about not being able to spend time with his family, and Phil went completely off the rails on that shit, and that shit was not funny. Like, that was legitimately not funny. And Phil's a fucking asshole for saying the shit that he said to that guy, or to that person, and whatever. That wasn't cool. Matter of fact, he's been spazzing the fuck out a lot on Twitter as of late, to be honest. Apparently I'm having I just realized it like this morning that apparently apparently I was a bad pup on Twitter for some strange reason. And so yeah, they want me to remove like 2 pictures that I'm using, like profile pictures or whatever, which I don't understand why, because they're inoffensive, but apparently whatever. Apparently I got hit for some silly shit. Whatever. We'll address that when we get to it. So if any of you guys who've been reaching out to me on Twitter, or trying to, it's not that I'm avoiding you or anything. It's just I had been off Twitter for periods of time, as I usually do, and then I found out the Twitter account was temporarily down because whatever. So we'll address that when we do, and then I'll make sure to answer everybody back on that one. Anyway, he's just been spazzing a lot out on Twitter lately. A lot. And it's funny that Super Blind Man's name keeps coming up out of his mouth, because Phil has not only been trying to interject himself into politics to a degree, but then he's been getting really pissed off about this video game awards nonsense, which is weird because each and every year he says that he doesn't take it seriously and he doesn't care about the video game awards, yet every year he keeps bitching and complaining about it. Also, it's very obvious to tell that he's trying to raise his profile on Twitter, i.e. he's trying to bring as much attention to himself as possible, because he's legitimately trying to be taken seriously, which is kind of pathetic, because you'll never be able to outdo what you are. You know what I'm saying? Like, you'll, like, at least if you're Darksydephil, DSP, you know, Dark Geppetto, Darksydephil, Darkside Karen, you'll never be able to avoid what you are. You'll never be able to sidestep that. And then he got into it with some chick over there who he probably shouldn't have been trying to antagonize. And there's a little bit of back and forth with that. Someone sent her I guess the flapping video, or she was like, oh snap, are you the guy who jerked off on stream? And then all of a sudden her Twitter account got suspended. When she comes back, or once her friends figure out what the situation, can actually tie it down that Darksydephil has something to do with it, which more than likely he did, he's going to be in some trouble with that. That's a whole nother situation, running around trying to fuck with people on Twitter who all they do is basically celebrate outrage. That's not something that he needs to be doing. I saw the thing with the boxes that he has set up. We'll go over that video on the main channel, but how he has his PS5 box set up, his controller set up, and the headphones set up. A couple things about that really fast. To be honest, one, what he's doing is quote unquote an influencer type move, because you see a lot of people doing that, you know, having it on display. I mean, granted, they have it displayed a lot nicer than he does, but it's not thrown on just some plastic bins like right behind his dusty ass chair. But it is something that they did. So he's really just trying to follow that trend. Another thing is, in truth, as it pertains to the controller, the extra controller, I know he said that something about his thumbs, or he didn't understand what the functionality is. I think eventually it came down to the fact that there was a functionality that's part of the controller that he can disable. He didn't know that, and that's why. But Phil's been shit at Call of Duty anyway, so it wouldn't have mattered. Honestly, he wanted that second controller because he wanted the up wings. I think he wanted to kind of one up a bunch of different content creators, because a lot of people who you see who have their PS5 box on display, they just have their PS5 box and then the controller. Phil, being Phil, wanting to be fucking extra, has his little headset that supposedly he didn't think he was going to be able to use because it might irritate his gouty ear infection. Semantics. I think Phil wanted to one up them, and he wanted to be, it's kind of, since it is like an influencer type thing in air quotes, if you will, Phil is actually showing, one could say that Phil is not only trying to one-up them, and especially Wings, but he's trying to show Sony, hey, look at how devoted I am to you guys as a fan. This is just me, you know, guessing, by the way. I can't prove any of this. But this is Phil trying to show Sony, hey, look at how dedicated I am. I have the control, I have the actual console, I have the headset, and I have an extra controller. You know what I mean? So you can't say that I'm not dedicated to it. And there's a reason why, too. It's funny how he shitted on everybody who got a PS5 early, right? And then once he finally gets his, it's not long afterwards he's displaying the boxes behind him. And yet again, Phil has tried to, at least during this console generation, which just kind of started, but he's trying very, very hard to put himself into, trying to make himself seem respectable as it pertains to gaming. He wants to legitimately be taken seriously. He can't for a number of reasons that we'll go over at a later time and date. But I think honestly he's going to use Super Blind Man to do it. Which is funny because you ain't shitting on Super Blind Man for Last of Us 2. And think whatever the fuck you want to think about that game. The story was definitely shit. You know what I mean? For sure. And whatnot. And as far as I'm concerned, they killed Last of Us. The series, if you will. They killed it. It's done. And that HBO series, if it's true that Anita had her hands in that, yikes. You know what I'm saying? HBO can just go ahead and ditch that, or whatever, you know, company that picked that up. But it's dead to me as far as I'm concerned. It is what it is. As far as I'm concerned, it was just The Last of Us, the original game, and then that's it. There was no sequel. There was nothing else that came after it. And I don't want to really see if it's true about the rumblings about a pre-sequel. I don't want to see that. I don't care about that either. You know what I'm saying? I just want, realistically, living up to its namesake, it truly is just Last of Us. The first game, that was it. There's nothing that came before it, there's nothing that came after it, and I don't give a fuck about the live action series if it really goes through. That's my opinion on it, though. But for Phil, it's very obvious that he had shitted on Super Blind Man about that. He had thrown shots at Super Blind Man as well as other people who were able to get reviewer copies of the console. Now, all of a sudden, he's trying to put himself into that conversation, and the best way to do it is to try to drum up controversy with that Game of the Year award, those Game of the Year awards. It's probably all eyes are on it every year, whether you agree with it or not. And Phil's going to try to use that as his way of raising his social profile, if you will. And he's going to fail miserably, because if you can't sit there and actually have a discussion and or a competent debate with people who decide to debate with you, and you just start blocking everybody, you immediately lose all credibility. You're not going to go anywhere with that. And the fact that he's been online this long and he don't know that just goes to show what kind of fucking moron Darksydephil truly is. In any case, we'll go over that on the main channel where you guys can hear me rant and rave for hours on end, essentially, about that when we get around to it. Ladies and gentlemen, we're here for the funnies. But we're also here with something that ties into what I said. And thank you for coming to my TED Talk / Chewing the Fat with GTG. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here for the second part, excuse me. For the second part in our ongoing saga of the unhealthy lifestyle of Darksydephil. Ladies and gentlemen, we're here with LD, DSP / KOGaming, Tries It, Unhealthy Lifestyle, Season 2. As you guys know, we've already done Season 1. A lot of snorting, a lot of very uncomfortable sounds in that one. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, but I have to give it to you raw, because that's what happened. But now we're in the Season 2. Should be interesting. The link to that video will be down in the description. For those of you who ask what music that I use, the link to those will also be down in the description. Also, at least over the last video or so, a request had made it in for a particular song. If that's something that you feel interested in doing in a later broadcast, if you will, that's something that we're certainly open up to. So, you know, you're more than welcome to leave a suggestion either under this video or in a future video, and eventually it may make it in there. Eventually, maybe. We'll see. anything that's gonna get the video taken down probably won't make it. But then again, since now YouTube monetizes your video no matter what, if they catch copyrighted stuff in it, I guess theoretically I'm safe. Any case, so that's the thing. Hopefully you guys are doing well. and let's get into the situation. Let's see how the Gout began, shall we? Ladies and gentlemen, this is DSP News Second Edition, and I'll see you guys in just a second. That went by pretty good.
Alright, in this next edition of DSP Tries It, we're still continuing on with the Cafe Press merchandise.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we're here with LD, DSP / KOGaming Tries It, Unhealthy Lifestyle, Season 2. Also, I have not forgotten that the Street Fighter, the video for the DSP FGC, that will happen. Or I will finish that video, I should say, or I will finish recording that video and put that up. For any of you guys who know, we're going to go over the history of Darksydephil as best we can, if you will. I've got a bunch of videos pointed out. That will be a video for you guys to recommend certain videos that you'd like to see me go over. And even if it's already on my list, as long as I don't have that particular video recorded at the time that you make that request, I'll put your name in as I'll make sure credit is given to you for recommending that video. So that's a thing. And also I'll probably like start a credit screen or something, just to big ups people in general. I should have done that a while ago, but I'm going to do that. So look forward to that towards the end of this year, if not beginning of next. So that's a thing. So there's that video. As you guys know, the 12 days of Goutmas / Snoutmas / Snortmas is coming around. For this channel as well as the main channel, so look forward to that as long as there's no issues that come about leading to that. That should go up on time as usual, and that's pretty much it as far as I know. The quarterly meeting will just be pushed to the beginning of the year for both channels respectfully, being that we missed pretty much the majority of the year for all kinds of different reasons. So we'll just try to finish this year out strong as best we can, and then we'll start up with everything at the beginning of next year. All right? All right, so enough of that. Let's go ahead and get into the funnies, and here we go. More of Cafe Press. Oh, speaking of which, that's the reason why I wanted to bring this all up. And I'll bring this up in other of these unhealthy lifestyles moving forward. Phil talks about shilling, right? And how people aren't particularly honest because they're given stuff, you know, for free and so on and so forth. And, you know, whereas if they had put their money down, they probably would have been more honest about it. If you think about it, Phil, with these DSP Tries It's, the whole DSP Tries It series, to be honest, was him trying to put himself out there, trying to advertise himself to bring in sponsorship and other advertisings and other advertisement, I should say. And theoretically, he had some sponsorships through this. You'll see this as we go along. I've already talked about some of this, but you'll see it as we go along. So theoretically, he's had a lot of those opportunities early on, and he did a piss poor job of it. Not because he was an asshole, or, well, no, it was because of an asshole that he fucked it all up. But it wasn't because he was honest. It's because, first off, he can't really shill stuff. His grading system when it comes to his DSP Tries It's are not very good, to be honest. And the reason why is because he's not really good at describing the very things that he's advertising. Even from a food standpoint, he's very much a blunt instrument about it. No one's expecting him to be a food critic and go into elaborate monologues on why this tastes the way this does, and why does this flavor contrast, and why this one doesn't, and what they could do better. No one's expecting that much of him. But the if you look at his grading scale at its bare bones, right, at its most basic mark, it's kind of useless. You know what I mean? And if anything else, it's done. I think he did it that way on purpose to try to justify the scoring if anybody ever questioned him on it. That's why it's so. That's kind of the reason why it's so blunt and basic the way it is, which is, to be honest, the standard for anything that Darksydephil does. Most of the reason why Phil does things the way he does is as a way of protecting himself from criticism that will come later on, more often than not. But like I said, as these go on, you'll see what I'm saying. But it's really just he's not very good at, and not even shilling. He's not very good at advertising the item, or selling it, or giving you a reason to buy it. Outside of you're a fan of him, you want to support him, you're dedicated pay pigs to him, right? You're dedicated pig roach cult members, so that's why you buy his shit. You don't actually buy it because you think it's a good product, because you believe in the product. It's because you believe in him, right? And that's his problem. That's the reason why the pay pigs are the way they are now. Most of the LSB just pointed that out not too long ago, that the only reason why people throw large amounts of money at him is either A, because they're trying to well, these are things that haven't been said before, but still, is because either A, they're trying to piss off the detractors, or B, because it's people in his very fan base that are trying to shit on him so they can get the attention of the detractors. And then there's C, he didn't say this, but it should be said, because they're all just cult members and they all throw their money mindlessly at him because he asks for it, because they've been around for a long time and they don't feel that there's anywhere else to go. A lot of them feel like they have a connection with Phil that, to be honest, doesn't even exist. Like, Darksydephil doesn't look at his fan base as people who are contributing to the betterment of himself. In actuality, he looks at them as people who owe him. You know what I mean? I've done this for X amount of years. You owe me. And that's why you need to give me this money. On top of the fact that, well, he needs it to live, right? Supposedly. That's the only reason. And nothing else. He has created a fan base. He has created a community, and I use that term loosely, that is so out of sync with the reality that's around them, right? That they have no choice but to go forward. Because if they break the pignosis, as we call it, they get all jammed up. Like, I just heard a thing the other day where Swaggins was supposedly running around from Discord to detractor Discord to the let's reword this. I heard a rumor that back when Swaggins first got kicked off the goddamn porch, right? He was running around into different Discords that belong to detractors to try to find a place to belong to, but also to look for justification on why he left and why he should stay away from Darksydephil. And I don't know whose Discord he went into, Discords that he went into, or what the case may be, but apparently that didn't work out for whatever reason. Maybe because how they approached him, maybe because he got bombarded, maybe because he became confrontational. Who could say? But the problem is Phil goes after people who have codependency issues. He looks specifically for people who need someone, if you will, right? Just like Phil does, because Phil has the very same codependency issues. That's the people that he looks for. And honestly enough, that's kind of the people that he attracts. The true believers, if you will. Those are the very people that he attracts. With that being said, when the pignosis gets broken, some of them, not all of them, because some of them were able to pick up and leave on their own and went on to do shit. But some of them are in the worst possible way. What was the name of that one mod who just recently got kicked up and out, or he chose to leave, or whatever the case may be? And he was talking about, now that he had left Phil, he came to the realization that any dreams or aspirations about streaming is gone. It's done. I can't remember what the guy's name is, and my apologies to that, because I don't mean to shit on him. But, I guess he did a stream talking about it, and from what I heard, it was by far one of the most miserable and most depressing streams anybody had ever heard. It was sad to listen to this person break down the expectations they had from streaming and how they thought Darksydephil was going to help them or even influence them. And in actuality, it was all a pipe dream. It was all piggy dust. It was all bacon grease down the toilet. It was never going to happen. But they wanted to believe. They wanted to believe so much in it that once the realization that it wasn't going to happen, their whole world crushed. They didn't think about, oh, well, maybe I should do it a different way. Or maybe I should take this as an opportunity to start over. Not to say that he got very far in the first place. No disrespect. I'm just being honest about it. But instead, he just looked at it as it's over. It's done. It's time to pack it all up. You see, and this is a pattern. This is a pattern that Phil's fan base shows. It's a thing. Anyway, let's get into the madness.
I'm gonna consolidate a bunch of products into this one video. This is kind of like the odds and ends video, because as you'll see, is a lot of really like miscellaneous things you can get on Cafe Press. A lot of people have asked me about this clock. This is a giant wall clock, okay? It's bigger than a foot. From here, I mean, take a look at the size of my hand compared to the clock. My hand isn't even half the bottom of the clock. I mean, it's over a foot wide. You can get the Hateful Truth logo, you can get the Darksydephil King of Hate logo, you can get the logo with my face on it. There's a bunch of different designs that you can get. We'll also look at a smaller version, but this large clock is $33.99 simply because of the giant size of it. And I put this in my kitchen because I had no clock besides the stove clock, which you can't see from the living room. So that is my kitchen clock right now. Some other miscellaneous things I want to show you. A lot of people.
Real quick. One, doesn't his microwave have a clock on it? First things first. Secondly, you have your stove clock, which is always wrong anyway. Matter of fact, that's something that Tevin has pointed out, praise be, that all of the clocks in his house or houses over the years have always been wrong. He'll have three different clocks in the same room, and all of them will be off. And I don't mean like they're all off, as in they just don't have the right time, but they're all in sync with each other. Like, no, each and every one of these clocks will all have separate times, usually spanned out by hours. And he's done that as far as we've known. Like, as far as he's been, he's, shown his homes, if you will. He's been like that. So this gives you an idea of how little this idiot's able to keep track of time and or time management, which explains why the rest of his life is so disorganized, so shuffled, so fucked up in a lot of ways. Because if you can't do something as basic as keep track of time, you can't do much of anything else. I mean, just saying. And yes, Phil very much carries himself like a goddamn caveman, but it's very obvious that right there is a problem in itself. Secondly, as it pertains to the Cafe Press clock, you would pay $33 for that. Sorry, I haven't had my Snortbucks yet. You would pay $33 for that, and then he tries to justify the reason why it's so expensive is because of how big the clock is. When in actuality, you could go to, I don't know, a Walmart or a Target or something and find a clock as big as that or larger for half that price. And more often than not, you can get something with like some type of graphic background, especially if you're looking for something for a child, which is what that clock is essentially made for. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge, oink, oink. And it'd still be cheaper than that. Just throwing it out there, ladies and gentlemen, because he is not a children's entertainer.
Hey Phil, you make Cooking with the King. Why don't you have an apron? I do have an apron. And as you see, it says The Hateful Truth, DSP. There's many other logos. This one is beige colored, but you can also get white. You can get blue, navy blue, now, and I believe...
Y'all know why I did this. Y'all know why I did this. One, see over here? That right there is sapphire. Okay? That's sapphire. This right here is either Tanqueray or it's Bacardi. But that's definitely sapphire right there. These two glasses up here at what would be, it's on my top left. Then you have your Hateful Truth apron, on the floor, and he thinks he's hanging it up because it's on the second rung, but it's on the goddamn floor. Next to the trash can, no less. What are you fucking doing? Like, what was the point? What was the purpose of this? You see what kind of fucking tardation shit this is? This is dumb. Just let it drape over the top shelf of this cart here. Don't just put it on. It's basically on the floor. It's just basically on the floor. But he went to all this trouble trying to hang it. And for what reason? Why? Here, I'll even show you just in case you missed it. Here we go.
DSP. There's many other logos. This one is beige colored, but you can also get white. You can get
what are you hanging that up for? And then this hook right here. Why is that hook there? I mean, well, I know why the hook's there, because this wood part here is obviously the top of the cart. But just go ahead and, I don't know, put a nail into the wall and hang it up there. Don't hang it here. It doesn't do you any good basically on the floor. But Phil thought it was a good idea. And next to the trash can, no less. Oh my god.
Blue, navy blue, and I believe they vary in price between, say, like $21 to $23, depending on the color and the design, so check those out. One other thing I want to show you over here, which you will see if you watch my series Smart Guys, I use this journal to now take notes for all the wrestling shows that I watch during the week, and then I use this to talk about it during my Smart Guys review show. So this is a journal. You can get it either with my face like that. There's also one with a Darksydephil logo. There's one with the Hateful Truth logo. Those go for $11.99. Not bad, considering the really cool custom front. It is laminated front, so it's not going to get scratched or anything like that. And then the pages are a thick white paper stock. It's not lined paper. It's just basically blank paper. The back is also laminated, a black laminated page. Now, what else do we have? Well, I actually have a couple mouse pads that I use.
And here's another thing too. I think this has been pointed out in some of Tevin's old videos, or just in some of the Back in Time videos. But this whole walking around your house at times, he didn't do this in every video, but walking around your house at times with the camera pointed to the goddamn floor, like you're trying to hide something, or like you're trying to obscure from something. People have seen your place, dude. You do condo tours. So what's the point? Like, what's the point of doing this? Like, especially now. Like, well, he doesn't do tours around his house anymore. But when he did, he used to point everything towards the ground as well, because he didn't want to get criticized for all the fancy shit him and Panda used to buy. And he's definitely not going to do that now. Which only goes to show that obviously he's spending money that he supposedly doesn't have on shit that he don't need, and he doesn't want to get criticized for it, which is wild. You're going to beg for money day in, day out, but then lie about what you use that money for, and then be surprised that people would be mad about that. You see how he wants people to be invested and devoted to him entirely, so he doesn't have to worry about these issues? Because Darksydephil doesn't like confrontation. But more importantly, he doesn't like to justify what he does, even though he would expect everybody else to do it. Yikes.
It's very hard to see, I apologize, but that's a Hateful Truth mouse pad down there. That's the middle finger. And I use that in the living room. And I'll also show you in the bedroom, where I have my other computer. This is the one that a lot of people saw during the DSP inbox video and said, "Oh, I like that. I'm going to get that."
What was that? You just got some random, like, you just got random paper or tissue on the floor? You're a fucking bum. Like, what is that? Okay, that's the mouse pad. We'll start from there.
And I use that in the living room, and I'll also show you in the bedroom, where I have my other computer.
Stop dragging your feet. What the fuck is this? You just got random trash just on the floor? What a bum. But I thought he told us that his mother always kept a very nice, clean, tidy home, right? His parents instilled that in him, into him, I should say, that you should keep a home, you should keep your living space, or living quarters, if you will, clean and tidy at all times, which are good rules to live by. But yeah, he just got random tissue and or toilet paper or just a random piece of paper just randomly on the floor for no goddamn reason. Really? I mean, yeah, it's very fair to say that, oh, maybe he dropped it, he wasn't paying attention, or maybe after he went ahead and squeezed one out before recording, before he recorded this, and it may have not have hit the toilet, the trash bin, or whatever the case may be. All possibilities. But Jesus Christ, man. Fucking bum.
The one that a lot of people saw during the DSP inbox video and said, oh, I like that, I'm going to get that mouse pad. There it is. So you can get many different designs for that mouse pad as well. Those mouse pads, I believe, are going for either $12 or $13.99 right now on Cafe Press. And the last thing that I want to show you in this like miscellaneous video is the small clock. This is a very small clock. I'd probably say it's about 8-9 inches. And this is cheap. This is only $13.99.
And don't be wrong, buying your own merch so you can advertise it makes sense. At the same time, it's almost like this was supposed to be a shrine, if you will, to himself. If you think about it, just look at all the cafe merch that's around his home and what he's using it for. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'd understand that. I mean, you spent the money on it, right? So, I mean, you should put it to some use, or you should give it away, or do giveaways, if you will, with it. Something along those lines. But, like, these are things, ladies and gentlemen, that he sees every day. And what are the things that you covet? Things that you see every day. I mean, being a sociopath is one thing, and certainly being self-absorbed is another thing. But this is just someone who's almost obsessed with himself, which only justifies, in his mind, why he did the things that he did later on down the line, especially with YouTube, which led to the hate, all the hate that he ended up fostering, and the detractors, trolls, haters, and critics. This was all of his own creation, all because he took himself too goddamn seriously. Same thing with Monday Matt. Same thing with Rich from Review Tech USA. Same thing with Low Tier God. Same thing with Susie Lou, or whatever the fuck her name is. Same thing with Pokimane and her nonsense. I mean, for all the things that the internet is good for, it's not. I don't think, honestly, the internet is the problem. It's some of the people who use it, and it's some of the people who find some success doing it that they would have never probably have gotten in real life or in IRL, and they're desperate to, Wings too, by the way, and they're so desperate to hold on to it. And this shit right here does not justify any of that. It's not a good thing that they've chosen to do this. You know what I mean? Or they've chosen to live their lives that way. If nothing else, it only reinforces the hate that is given to them on a daily basis. Just my thoughts.
Again, as you can see, you can get the Darksydephil logo. I'll try to get a side shot so you can see a little bit better. Or you can get many other logos that are available. This is what I use as a clock in my bedroom. So those are the miscellaneous products right now. There's lots of other stuff up, though. If you go take a look, there's tote bags, there's gym bags, there's mugs, there's... I'm serious. Just go take a look. Cafe Press /Darksydephil. There's so much like miscellaneous stuff up that you can get that it's worth a look. So take a look. How do I rate this stuff? Well, the clocks so far have been outstanding. This clock is perfect for the price. I think you can get a similar clock at any store for around 10 to 15 bucks, and it's just as good, but you don't get a custom logo. I do think the large clock for $34 is pretty pricey. I don't know why it's that pricey. Maybe it's just because of the sheer size of it. It is very large, but it's perfect for my kitchen, and I can see it from all the way across my condo. So for that, I say the clocks I give maybe a 3.5.
But why would you need to, though, when you have a cable box right there? Just saying. And you also have your cell phone, or I think you had a BlackBerry at the time. You have that. You can and you have your laptop there too. Like, you have all these different ways and all these different means, if you will, to tell time. That why would you need to look clear across your condo to see a clock in your kitchen? And more importantly, why isn't that hung up in your living room then? And also, just a fun fact, I'd be interested in knowing, does this clock's time right here somewhat match up the one in the kitchen? I won't send you guys all the way back into the piggy dark realm to find out, but I'm curious to see if the time was actually correct. Silly thinking, but funny though, or at least amusing.
Notepad I absolutely love. The notepad, I really, like I said, I use it every single day when I'm watching wrestling, and for $12 you can't go wrong. A custom notepad with some really cool art on the front. I give this a 4. If it were a little bit cheaper, like if it were $10 or less, I'd probably give it a 5, but I'll give it a 4. And the apron is pretty cool too. You know, a lot of people get those custom aprons, kiss the cook. Well, how about an apron with a giant fucking middle finger on it? I mean, how can you go wrong with that? There it is. So, being that that's around $20,
you go very wrong with it if it's on the floor next to the trash can.
That's a pretty good value too. I'm going to give that a 4. So, overall, I think some of the miscellaneous products on the website are really cool. Go check it out. CafePress/Darksydephil. What is up? It's DSP with another episode of DSP Tries It, and today I wanted to talk about an energy drink that I did mention in 1 or 2 of my other videos, but I just tried it out this week, and I love it.
Actually, his penchant for or his reliance, if you will, actually, that's probably a better term, on energy drinks makes no sense to me. This dude don't work. You know what I'm saying? He does not work. He sits there, he plays video games poorly, and he uploads it onto YouTube. Right now, he just streams and then he uploads it onto YouTube. Where's the work involved in that you need an extra pick-me-up or an extra boost? Maybe you should stop drinking and drink more water and be more physically active, meaning that go outside and do some shit, instead of relying on all this artificial sugar and all this extra bullshit that you're bringing into your system. I have nothing against energy drinks, but to drink it every single fucking day like this guy was doing is insane. If you guys go back to like 2017, for example, he was drinking, what is it? Because I drink it too sometimes. Mountain Dew Kickstarter. I'm sure all you guys remember that. There's plenty of memes out there on Phil drinking that stuff. He used to drink 2 or 3 of those a day. He used to drink 2 or 3 of those a day. To sit and then justify that, oh, it's healthy because it has like 5% juice or some silly shit. But he used to drink 2 or 3 of those a day to sit down and play video games? Really? Really? All right, bro. Because, you know, playing video games is just so strenuous. He's not doing speed runs. We're not going for completions or anything. We're just failing at video games 6 hours a day. Okay.
And it's nothing like any of the other energy.
Rant about being a failure at video games too. I guess that does. I think that does warrant some exhaustion, if you will. Maybe. I don't know.
Drinks that I've tried. As you can see right on here, it's FRS, and their brand logo is Healthy Energy. Why is this different from other energy drinks? Several reasons. Number 1, it's not carbonated. It's not like one of those sodas, so you're not going to be burping it up after you drink it. Number 2, it's not soda. It's actually a unique mix of green tea and many unique ingredients. What it actually says on here is hospitals were trying to research what to do for people who were getting chemotherapy, because as you know, when you get radiation chemotherapy treatment for certain diseases such as cancer, it actually will basically make your body extremely weak, to the point where basically it is poisoning your body, but it's because they're trying to kill the cancer. And so they're trying to find a way to rejuvenate your body, and they have this unique blend of green tea with other ingredients, and I'm not going to go into it to give them the whole spiel here. This isn't an advertisement for this of any means, but what I want to show you, if you can see, this thing has 130% of most of the same things that are in those other energy drinks. It's got 260% vitamin C, so it's really good, you know, if you're trying to keep up your immune system. And let me tell you, as a testimonial, there's been some days that I've been doing some playthroughs. I'm going to be honest with you, when I was playing Fallout New Vegas, some days I woke up and I felt like...
advertisement, but proceeds to try to sell you on the idea, which essentially makes it an advertisement. And still not even doing a good job of it. But then also, you essentially have an energy drink that is, I wouldn't say, I mean, I assume it's marketed to everybody, but is mainly used in the research of people who have medical, who are going through medical treatments, and probably those who are athletes. I assume that's what mainly this is for. Why the fuck does Darksydephil have his hands on this? He doesn't fall in either one of those categories. And then why are you even bother going through all of that? Hey, I found this energy drink. Let me crack it open. This is what it tastes like. It's pretty good. If you like it, check it out. But yet he's giving you all this extra spiel. He's spinning the narrative on why this energy drink is good, or why he thinks it may be good for you compared to other energy drinks, and maybe you should consider buying it. Is that not you advertising it? Is that not you being a shill to some degree? Sounds more like a product review than anything else. And I understand DSP tries it's supposed to be just that. You know what I'm saying? But then he can't sit there and say, I'm not sponsored by them. I'm not trying to advertise for them in any type of way. When clearly that's what this is. We'll see as it goes on.
Shit, because it was such a long game. Before I drank water, before I did anything, I drank one of these, and within, say, an hour, I felt great. And this has been like a running pattern now for about a week and a half. I've been drinking these probably once a day in the morning as soon as I wake up, and I feel really good. Like I said, it's not carbonated, so you don't feel bloated. It does have some caffeine, but what they tell you at the bottom here is that it's not as much caffeine as in even a cup of coffee. The only reason they put caffeine in there is basically to help you here you go. It helps you absorb the other key components that are in the drink. This isn't a caffeine-fueled drink where after a half hour you're going to crash because you drank so much sugar and caffeine. It is sweet, and they have different flavors. This one's orange, and it tastes just like that. It tastes like orange. There's another one that's berry, and it's very low sweetener in that one, and I actually have that one in the other room. But delicious. Oh, nice quick drinks. You see, it's also a smaller can, too. It's not like a giant can like some of these other energy drinks. They make you chug like a double-sized freaking can, like that's going to help you. You're going to feel all bloated and disgusting. Since it's not carbonated, you don't feel bloated at all. You drink it just like orange juice or anything else that you would drink in the morning, fruit juice. You feel good after a while, no crash. And so this is one of my favorite products right now. My only downside is that it's expensive. At the store that I get it at, the cans are $2 each, and I'm not even exaggerating. This is $2 each for a can. I get the feeling that if it catches on a little bit more, it'll get cheaper. Because I remember when Red Bull came out, that thing was like $3 a can, and now it's gone way drastically down. You can usually get it for under $2 a can. But FRS, really good drink. I'm enjoying it. And, like I said, since it's not carbonated, it really seems to be a better product than a lot of the other energy drinks that I've tried, including sodas and other things. Actually, I used to drink NOS, to be completely honest. NOS energy drink, and I don't even drink it anymore. I've got a couple cans of it around the condo here. I haven't touched it because I like this stuff better. So I'm going to give this a 4. I would give it a higher rating if the price wasn't so high, but flavor-wise, the fact you don't get bloated, the fact that it still gives you the energy boost that you're looking for, it gets a 4. So this is DSP with another DSP Tries It. FRS Energy Drink gets a 4 from me. What is up, everyone? It's DSP, and if you're hearing an echo, it's because I am going to do a DSP Tries It review of the RC car, or RC Spy car, that comes with the Call of Duty Black Ops Prestige Edition, which I did purchase. Now, this car is pretty neat. Basically, that is the RC car on the ground right there. This is the remote control that comes with the car. Now, right off the bat, I want to warn everyone, because the rumors were true. To operate this guy, you need 12 AA batteries. 6 batteries for the car, 6 batteries for the remote control. But when you see the features that this thing has, you're going to understand why it takes so many. Now, it would have been neat if they could have put some kind of a rechargeable battery into this guy, but unfortunately they did not. So first of all,
your own rechargeable batteries, which is the reason why which is probably the reason why they didn't do it, and that you were better off buying your own anyway. You know what I'm saying, you buy a good quality rechargeable battery. or rechargeable batteries, I should say, than using the generic ones that most places put inside of their products. It helps with the wear and tear. Also, if we're gonna have a remote control car, right, which is cool, don't get me wrong, and whatnot, why don't you take it outside? You know what I'm saying? He has like a little backyard space. He could do that. He could do it in the front, if not his backyard, he could go off into like his front steps or whatever, and kind of run it. But we're gonna do it in this really small space in his condo. All right, no problem. You know, maybe he's a vampire. Maybe he's scared of the sun. I don't know.
What are the features? What do you get with this RC car? Well, as you can see here, this is your remote control, and what I want to do is actually turn it, if I can get the display to show. You have a adjustable volume setting, which, as you can hear, is actually transmitting my voice. There's a microphone down on the top of the RC car, so you could drive this car, say, up to someone's room, or as a spy vehicle somewhere, and try to listen to what people were saying. Now, as you can hear,
and I'm surprised he never did this. I am shocked that he didn't actually use the spy camera on the remote control car to record one of his videos. Just for the hell of it, just because it, just put it the spy car on his coffee table and have it pointed at the TV and record one of his playthrough episodes using that. I'm surprised he never thought about that. I think honestly that'd have been hilarious. But maybe my imagination is a little bit more expansive.
I don't know how much of a spy vehicle it could possibly be when it's that loud. So that's up for debate, but. Basically, that was the whole idea of this thing, is they were saying, it could be a spy vehicle or whatever, and, let's actually lower the volume down to the lowest settings. What I actually want to do is turn off the remote and turn it back on for you, and show you all the options that are on the remote. So as the remote boots up, you see there's a little LCD screen. This is Call of Duty Black Ops, which is pretty sweet. And let's lower the volume again. There's 4 different settings. You got your signal strength, which is just like a Wi-Fi strength on an internet connection. Over here, it had your battery readings for both the car and the LCD controller. Now, I'm a little confused because ever since this is brand new batteries I put into both, and it's already saying that the car, as soon as I put the batteries in, brand new batteries, was at a reduced charge. It wasn't at a full charge. So I don't know if that's just a problem with the readout, or maybe the batteries I put in there suck. They were some pretty shitty third-party generic batteries. You get speed in your bottom right-hand corner, meaning you can have this thing go at low speed or high speed. That's low speed. And then you can actually soup it up and have it go even faster, as you can see, and actually have this guy go do some serious fucking speed. Holy shit. But I'm obviously, for my purposes, I'm just leaving it on low speed. And then your volume indicators in your lower left-hand corner of your LCD, which, like I said, you can adjust. Now, what you're seeing there on the screen, that's right, this guy actually has a small camera that reads what's in front of us. Right now, you're seeing my entertainment center. Right now, you're seeing my coffee table. Oops. It's a little hard to control for me because I've never had an RC car before, so I'm not really used to it. There you go. Now you really got a good view of my coffee table, up close and personal. But it's pretty neat. I mean, having a portable LCD screen like this and having this thing drive around, a kid could have a ball with this thing. Or this could probably be, I hate to say it, but this could probably be the source of many practical jokes, many hijinks for people in college or whatever, driving into like the women's locker room and shit, just being assholes. I mean, the potential is there for hilarity, let's put it that way. And there it goes. Inevitably, it gets stuck. Oh, actually, I got it unstuck. Well, now it's stuck over there in the corner. Here it comes. It was pretty neat. pretty cool because it's not just a remote control car, it's also a LCD screen. It's also, you can go forward and backward. As you can see, the trigger is dual action. If you pull it, it goes forward. If you push it up, it goes backward, as you can see. And you've got a trim control, meaning you can actually control the direction of the front wheels to go left or right. Because if you remember when I first took this out of the box, I said it looked like the wheels were forced in one direction. That was just because of the packaging, but you can actually adjust it with the trim. So you can have it go either left or right or straight. It's actually a little bit hard to get it to go straight, to be completely honest, probably because of the way they packaged it, but nothing's perfect. Fully adjustable volume is pretty cool. Speed adjustment is pretty cool. So overall, this is a pretty cool thing. If you were to buy this at a hobby shop, this thing would probably cost you, like, you know, anywhere between $50 and $100. So I can understand for the Prestige Edition why they charge
$100 if you're planning on putting the kit together yourself. If you wanted something fully assembled, it's going to be a little bit more. If you want customization, it's going to cost you a little bit more than that. Because I remember when those came out, when it came for the Prestige, when it came out for the original Black Ops, like, there were, like, not every GameStop could hold on to those things. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, there was a lot of people who picked it up because they were like, you know, hardcore Call of Duty fans. And then as the series went on, you saw, like, when Black Ops 2 came out, they had the Prestige crate, yeah, it was like the Prestige crate, which was basically what do they call that? Not a loot drop. That's what came later. It was, and it wasn't like. It was basically like a military crate and whatnot. Because me and my older siblings have a few of those and whatnot. We had those things, and it had a bunch of collector stuff in it. I think it had the actual like little it had like the hover. I never used it, so it is what it is. But it has like the little like hovercraft thing on it. Not hovercraft. The drone. It had the drone in it and whatnot, which was kind of a cool feature. I mean, Treyarch is pretty good at doing stuff like that. But if you build one on your own, you can probably get more out of it because you can do more to it. It's customized. But that is what that is. I don't think this was a very good display because there are videos of this you can find on YouTube where either people who have just larger spaces in their homes or they just take that shit outside. And that's all he had to do. He could have taken that shit outside for 10, 15 minutes and got some footage, in the parking lot or something, or he could have waited until John and Howard came over, and recorded this. He must have had just it must have been a really slow recording week, I guess. But, yeah, he could have done a little bit more with this. If you're really trying to kind of sell people on the idea, right? Maybe not on the idea of buying the Prestige package for Call of Duty to get this, but just those who may be enthusiasts of remote control cars. He could have done he could have presented this better, I think. But what are you going to do? It is what it is. Lazy is as lazy does.
$150. I mean, it's pretty much a fully functional RC car with some pretty cool bonuses like the built-in camera and the microphone. Now, one bummer about this car is that they decided to put the fake C4 on top. So good luck getting your kid to drive this through a public area, because anyone that sees this is going to fucking flip out and think that your kid's a terrorist. So unfortunately in that regard, I don't think that this is going to be much good, but I think if your kid wants to just drive...
What? Maybe. I don't know. Maybe he believes people are as paranoid as he is, but I don't think so. I mean, don't get me wrong, I wouldn't recommend... I don't know, I kind of agree with him to an extent that maybe taking that out to a public park, like, you know what I'm saying, would probably not be the best bet, but I don't think people would freak out initially and immediately look down and think, oh, C4, we're done. No, I don't think that. I think people would see it for what it is, as a toy. But whatever. Phil looks at the negative aspects of everything, which is amusing to say the least.
This around the house, have some fun, they could. It's got a plastic front, which serves as a pretty good bumper. I banged it around today, drove it into a couple of my walls, and there's no paint or anything that came off. There's your spy cam right in front. That's your little spy. Oh my god, in fact, it's showing my face right now. Look at that. That's pretty scary. And that's your microphone on top. So pretty sweet overall. A pretty decent addition. In fact, I'm going to go out on a wall and say basically this is probably one of the best things that you could get with a special edition of a game. Because usually you get some really silly collectible. Like last year they gave you those fake night vision goggles for Modern Warfare 2, and it was like, they're not real night vision, so they kind of work but not really, and what the fuck are you going to do with them? You know? Or how about Halo 3? When Halo 3 came with a fake Spartan helmet that was small and couldn't fit a human. I mean, I could see if they had a plastic replica Spartan helmet that actually fit and you could wear it to parties and shit, like on Halloween, but that thing didn't even fit. So it was like, what the fuck was the...
It was meant to be a collector's item. You know what I mean? Just to pay homage to the series itself. It doesn't... Most additives, or not most additives, let's reword that. Most things that come in as a bonus, if you're willing to spend the money for it, people don't want to actually use it for anything. You know what I'm saying? It's meant to put on a shelf or go into a display case just to kind of like show their friends. It's supposed to be like a novelty, if you will. It's not supposed to serve multi-functions. If you know what I'm saying? Like it doesn't, most people wouldn't even have bought it for that. Even people who bought this particular collection for the RC car, I assume outside of checking to make sure it worked coming out of the box, they probably never used it. They probably just put it into a case or something along those lines so they can show off to their friends later. It's like a cool little novelty, you know? It doesn't have to serve any other purpose outside of that. But that's just my opinion, of course.
Point of that. You know, those are stupid collectibles. This is a practical collectible. If you're a kid, you can use it, or you can give it as a present to a kid. They'll love it. You can use it yourself if you're in college to fuck around with people.
Like going ahead and giving empty game boxes to other people, like that. Like, okay, I bought this collection of Call of Duty, right? Of Call of Duty Black Ops. I'm gonna go ahead and re-gift. I'm gonna re-gift the RC car to some kid. I mean, you can do that. Don't get me wrong. I understand what he's trying to say, but would anybody really do that? You bought the collector's edition for a reason. I don't think you would do it just to regift it. Just saying.
It's pretty cool. So overall, I think this is a really good thing to have with an edition of a game. Now, it's a shame that they probably are never going to sell this by itself as an RC car. I mean, how often do you see an RC car that has a built-in spy cam, microphone, and LCD screen? Almost never. So I'm not, you know, it's a shame, but you have to buy the game to get it. But if you like Black Ops, you might as well go for it. I mean, at this point, I'm not sure how many more are left out there, because from what I've heard, people actually bought the shit out of these because they thought this was a really neat thing, and I agree. So I'm going to actually give this a rating as an RC car itself. I'm not giving this, is not, by no means is this some kind of a rating of the game itself, but just as a bonus, this RC car with LCD screen, with spy cam and microphone gets a 4 out of 5. It's really good. The only thing that I'm a little disappointed about is that it has the C4 on top, so you can't drive this in public, and also that the wheels don't always point perfectly straight. In fact, it's actually very difficult to get them to point perfectly straight. And I'm not sure if that's the design of the car, or that because the packaging might have fucked it up in transit, who knows, but it's pretty sweet. And it also comes with this stand. I showed you this yesterday, but I'll go ahead and show it to you again. That's the stand that it's supposed to sit on. Let me zoom out a little bit. Oh, I am zoomed out. Back up a little bit. And I believe there's this particular way you're supposed to angle this guy when putting it on this stand so that it like lines up with its undercarriage and basically holds it in place. Now, I still haven't perfected that. Aha, here it is. That's the precise angle, and there, of course, it fucking goes. It's got a precise angle you're supposed to put it on that will hold it in place. So there it is. So there's your RC car precisely angled on the display stand that comes with it, so that you could actually put it on display in a display case, a bookcase, whatever you want to do. Pretty cool. They understand, obviously, you're not going to be driving the car around all the time, so they give you that display stand. That was a neat extra as well. So again, the RC car, pretty neat. The one thing I can't speak to right now is battery life, because I didn't spend a day driving the damn thing around. Maybe I'll fart around with it a little bit on this weekend and see if I can actually give it a legitimate test of battery life. But for what it is and for the features it has, I give it a 4 out of 5. So pretty cool addition. Again, I recommend if anyone wants Call of Duty Black Ops, they have the opportunity to pick up the Prestige Edition and they like something like a neat extra like this. I think this is something really cool to have, and it's worth the money. So go check it out. What's up? Welcome to another edition of DSP Tries It, and this will more than likely be the last edition talking about Cafe Press merchandise series, simply because I'm done. I've pretty much covered everything that I purchased. What I have here are a couple of shirts that I purchased from Cafe Press, and I've gotten many questions regarding these shirts as to what is the print style, what is the size of the shirts, do the shirts, are they tight-fitting, are they loose-fitting, things like that. So let me answer a couple of these questions, and it's basically going to be, the answer unfortunately is, it all depends. If you have not checked out the site, Cafe Press / Darksydephil, I've got something like 60 different shirts up. I'm not even exaggerating. They have ringer t-shirts like this. This is called the ringer style because it actually has a colored ring around the neck and around the arms. This is a little bit more of a tight-fitting t-shirt. They've got regular t-shirts like this one, which is more of a loose-fitting t-shirt. You can get what's called a men's fitted t-shirt or an organic t-shirt. Those are more of the tighter-fitting t-shirts, but they also cost a couple bucks extra. And the bottom line is this: you can get whatever you really want. Depending on what color you order is going to depend, or is going to determine what the logo is going to be like. So let me explain. This is a white t-shirt. Because this is a white t-shirt, as you can see, this logo is called, I believe what's called screen printed, meaning it is not a laminate logo on here. It's not like something they ironed on. It's actually ink that's ingrained into the fabric of the t-shirt. And so this is not going to easily wash off. It's not going to easily fade unless you're wearing it outside in the sun all the time. It's definitely not going to crack or peel because it's in the fabric. It's not a logo that's ironed on there. So that's the Ringer t-shirt, Darksydephil logo. Now, a lot of people have seen this and said, oh, well, we like this t-shirt, but what is this? Well, this is, to be completely honest, it is the iron-on style. However, it is not the laminate style. Like, for example, a couple years back, I had this Decepticons t-shirt. I loved it. It had Decepticons logo. It had Megatron coming out of the logo. But it wasn't this style. It was the laminate, which is shiny. Within a year, the whole logo had fallen apart. This thing was in really bad shape, and I was disappointed. This is not that kind. This is the matte format, I want to say. It's not shiny. It's basically, if you, and let me explain what I mean here, if you fold this properly, this logo should last a while, and here's what I mean.
I'm sorry, but why the fuck did he think that was a good logo? The Darksydephil one, it is what it is. But you're legit going to have your face on there with hate at the bottom. And you thought that right there was an asset to your overall brand. Because despite how much we downplay it, or at least I downplay it and I shit on it, DSP Darksydephil, DSP Darksydephil is basically... It is a brand, if you will. He doesn't treat it like a brand because he's an idiot, but it is a brand. So why the fuck would you link hate to that? Honestly, you can't justify the king of hate. Not back then and not now. The FGC used to fucking ridicule the shit out of that shit. They thought it was stupid because it was stupid. But why would you put hate on a shirt and then throw a crown on it, which no one's going to see anyway, or no one's really going to care about? They're just going to look at that fucking ugly mug, and then they're going to see hate at the bottom. And they're going to think, okay, what is this supposed to be? Like some neo-Nazi white national type shit? Like, what the fuck is that supposed to mean? No parent would let their kid go to school like that. Or even wear that out in public. Jesus Christ, if I'm a parent, I don't want to see my kid even walking around the house wearing that goddamn thing. I wish he would have thought that out. I mean, don't get me wrong. If he wants to put that in front of his videos or whatever, if he really wants to put that on a notebook or some silly shit, or maybe on a clock or whatever, I don't know, whatever. But on a shirt, though? Really, my dude? Wow. Oh, the lack of foresight was amazing.
A lot of people, when they do their clothes, they fold it right down the middle. You don't do that with logos like this. I don't understand why people think that that's okay to fold creases down the middle of a t-shirt. What you would do is you would carefully fold over the arms like so, so that when this t-shirt is folded, okay, see, I'm protecting the logo. And now that logo is not folded, that t-shirt is folded, and that logo is flat. It's flat inside this t-shirt. It's not being bended. It's not being destroyed. Now, the other way to do that is if you want to see what the shirt is, because maybe you have more than one shirt that's blue, obviously you can fold it the other way so that the logo is on top. But be careful, because then if you have that like on the top of your drawer and it's rubbing against your drawer or your you know, whatever you put it in, it might get damaged. But yeah, all of my t-shirts where I have logos like that, I do not fold them down the middle, because here's what happens. Here's a perfect example of what happens when you fold it down the middle, which this one, unfortunately, I did not fold this one, but if you take a look, it's falling apart. The logo, since it's been folded down the middle so many times, look at that. It's being destroyed. It's falling apart because of that. And it's the same format as this shirt, only no one took care of that shirt. People just basically threw it around, folded it however they wanted, and the shirt got destroyed. Which sucks, because I like the Ghostbusters. But what are you going to do? This shirt...
Then, okay, who folded the shirt then? It's a shirt that we've seen him wear, ladies and gentlemen, multiple times. Especially if you've gone through and watched some of his old shit. It is one of his favorite shirts. But he's sitting here telling you, you know, hey, this shirt right here got destroyed because they kept folding it down the middle. I didn't do that. Then who did it? Was it Mommy Brunell? Because Phil Brunell wasn't doing his laundry and he had to take that to his mother's house and his mother was doing it. He could have helped her fold the clothes, but he didn't do that. That's why this Cafe Press shirts and shit aren't fucked up. You know what I'm saying? Because either he may have never, well, at that time, I don't think he's worn these yet. Maybe. He might have worn, obviously he wore the Darksydephil one is famous, if you will, because of the Project 7 shit. But he certainly worn it before that. I don't know about this King of Hate one. The point I'm trying to make, though, ladies and gentlemen, is he's basically trying to throw the blame on his mother because his mother was washing his clothes. Now, this dude's in his late 20s. He's in his late 20s at this point. And his mother's still washing his clothes. He's not man enough, for whatever reason, not to say it, to say that, hey, my mother was the one who did this. But it's very obvious that his mother was the one who washed his clothes. And probably folded them, too. I'm just putting it out there. Something to think about. Just because remember, ladies and gentlemen, he didn't actually learn how to use his washing machine that was at the Wakando, right, until Panda left him. And he was 35. Take it all in.
I'm not going to do that. Now, pricing varies greatly. When I made these shirts, I tried to basically put enough variety, excuse me, into the shirts that you could get one for under $20, but you could get one for way over $20, but it would be a really high.
And he says that he doesn't fold these shirts down the middle because it's going to mess with the logo. Now, he said with the King of Hate one, it's not that big of a deal because it's actually ingrained in the shirt. But if you look at that middle crease, it's obvious that it's been folded down the middle, which means whoever does it for all of his clothes. Whatever. Just don't. Whatever. Oh, what a silly, silly pig.
Quality shirt. It would be one of those fitted shirts, a little bit higher quality logo. Cafe Press gives you a lot of options when it comes to clothing, okay? So, if you're really just, you want to grab something that says Darksydephil, but you're not looking to spend too much money, you can get what I believe is called something like it's not the discount shirt. I forget exactly what it was called. But there's a shirt there that's roughly around like $15. It might even be cheaper. And it might have my logo, but it's very basic. It's a basic white t-shirt. It's basically like buying an undershirt. I would almost say it's not even like a full quality T-shirt, but that's why it's so cheap. Then you can get like a middle of the road, which would be like this Darksydephil ringer, or this Hate T-shirt, or you can get the more expensive shirts, which are pretty much, I'd say, they're equivalent of if you were to buy a shirt from like a WWE.com. You know, they're $25, $27, and they have the full quality logos. They're probably nicer quality fabric, more of a silky fabric. They're going to fit you better. They're not going to be a looser shirt. So it all depends. And a lot of people have asked me what sizes. Well, Cafe Press determines what sizes are available. So you got to go check out Cafe Press. They'll show you what sizes. Cafe Press does ship internationally. A lot of people have asked me that as well. Yes, they do. But you got to check out the website. Remember, all I did was I put my designs up onto products. They take care of the logistics. So they accept the payments, they ship it, and they deal with all that. So I can't answer most of these questions for you. But overall, I'm actually pleased with the shirts. This shirt, I do like the fact that it's screened, meaning that this logo will probably never come off. But at the same time, I think that this shirt, the logo is a lot more brighter. It's a more vibrant because it's not screened. So it's really like, what are you going for? The nicer looking shirt or the shirt that's going to last you maybe a little bit longer? And that's your decision. Prices vary, like I said. I think the cheapest shirt on there is around $15, and they can go all the way up to over $30 depending on the style of shirt you choose. But also keep in mind there's sweatshirts, there's hoodies, there's all kinds of things that are available. So check it out again, Cafe Press / Darksydephil. How do I rate these shirts? I would probably rate the Ringer a 3.5, and I would probably rate this shirt a 3. And the only reason I say that is because even though the logo looks a lot nicer on this shirt, this one was cheaper. I think this one was around $20, and that logo is going to last a lot longer. This logo, if you don't take care of it properly,
what does Phil's mother think when she sees that? When she sees that logo? Like, I'm sorry, it's all blurred out right now, but you know what I'm saying? Like, your baby boy Philip has his face on a shirt that says hate. Sometimes you gotta wonder, maybe she went wrong. I don't know. She dropped him on his head once too many times. She smoked a little too much. I don't know.
Could potentially get damaged, so you gotta be sure you're folding it right. But yeah, I'm gonna give it a 3 because I wish, again, and see, I'm an honest guy. I even hate on my own freaking products, but I really wish that the prices were cheaper. I wish that you could get this shirt for say $20, but you can't. I know it's a couple bucks more than that because of the prices on Cafe Press, but it is what it is. This is merch for the holiday season, so I hope that now that I'm finally showing it to you, rather than me just wearing it and not addressing it, but me talking about it a little bit has at least settled down in your mind if you're looking to get it or not. And that's that. So this is DSP with another DSP Tries It, signing off.
Quick thing. Now, I don't. Now, Cafe Press, as far as I know, still exists. As far as I know. But I think it's like this probably with most merch stores, is the more expensive the item is, the more kickback that the content creator, the influencer, or whatever gets, right? Which is the reason why most influencers or people who make merch, they have things in tiers, and depending on the price points, so there's something for everybody. But if you're buying the more expensive products, you're getting not only, well, you would hope, you're getting the best quality, but also you're getting more of a kickback is going to go to the person that you're buying the merch from. And most people know that. So it's not hate for him sitting there shitting on the price of it. You're paying for the quality, as well as you're supporting Phil through buying the merch. That should be very straightforward. Yet again, so you're not really being that honest. You're not being that straightforward. If that was the case, you wouldn't make you wouldn't make any products at that upper tier, or even have that as an option and make everything low and keep it keep it all low, and take whatever little kickback you get. Matter of fact, he's admitted as much in earlier Cafe Press walkthroughs, if you will, about, hey, everything is a little bit more pricey, but, I do that because for a quality standpoint, and plus I get a little bit more, I get a little bit more kickback as that all goes along. That's not being honest, that's just being truthful about the situation. And he even displayed that a little bit when he talked about the shirts. Like you have, shirts that are kind of like Hanes or Fruit and Balloon, like kind of undershirts, kind of like that very thin type quality. Or and then you get into the more thicker, better quality shirts. He used WWE or WWF/WWE as an example, because why wouldn't he? But and then you get the better quality ones that have a nicer feel in the fabric and so on and so forth, and then fits a little better. So he understands exactly what he's doing. But the fact that he would go out of his way to be dishonest about something that small is just kind of stupid. Like I said, you're not winning anybody over like this.
DSP tries it.
Alright, so welcome to DSP Tries It. This is a special episode. I've gotten thousands of requests at this point to try this KFC Double Down sandwich.
This is the shit with him and John Rambo. I remember this one. I never tried that Double Down, to be honest with you. I don't know. I'm sure most of you have tried a sandwich that has like 2 fried chicken breasts, and then there's like something in the middle. I think it's like cheese and bacon for the Double Down. But I'm sure we've all tried that before. Like I've had like Italian Parmesan. It's called because there's an Italian spot around the way that does something like that. Basically, it's 2 fried chicken cutlets, Parmesan cutlets, with and in the middle, it is mozzarella cheese, parsley, oregano. There's something else in there. There's another cheese there, and then they put it into the oven until it all melts, and basically they serve it to you like that. They cut it in half and whatnot. You can kind of make it like you can actually kind of have like a sandwich type deal with that. It's delicious, by the way. But I was never really, I don't know. I looked at the Double Down and I was just like, yeah, I'm good, I guess. Then again, I kind of like Popeyes over KFC anyway. So that's just the thing. Church's is good too if you have a Church's chicken around you. I think I've had Bojangles once. I think. And there's some other chicken places too, but anyway, as it pertains to KFC and Popeyes, I would choose Popeyes over KFC. Anyway, let's go. let's see how John makes this more entertaining, right?
I was actually the cameraman today.
Yo.
I told myself I was not going to do this unless I had a friend here to resuscitate me while I was eating it if we had any issues.
I have 911. I have all your contact information, your parents' phone number.
So we just got back from KFC, and this is what this thing looks like. First of all, is that the most oddly shaped chicken breast you've ever seen in your life? It doesn't look like a chicken breast.
It looks like a piece of pie. What is it?
Yeah, it looks like a wedge or
what's
something.
on the other underneath it? Is there bread on it?
No, there's no bread. It's 2 breasts of chicken, because it looks like, to me, 2 pieces of melted cheese.
Yeah. Well, how are you supposed to eat this?
I don't know what this orange sauce is.
It's pumpkin sauce for
Oh, that's disgusting.
How do you cut it, or do you just...
No, you're just supposed to pick it up and eat it with your hands. Like the cheese melted to the wrapper.
What kind of cheese is that?
Looks like maybe either American or Swiss.
So this is called the Double Down?
It's American cheese and bacon. There's bacon in it.
Bacon, fried chicken, cheese, and another piece.
Whatever the hell that sauce is.
And pumpkin sauce.
So yeah, pumpkin sauce.
Pumpkin cheese. It's a lard, probably.
Now, I did try these wedges, and these wedges are actually very tasty. They're seasoned well.
KFC's got good wedges.
So the wedges are pretty good, but of course look at the grease that's fucking soaked into the box that they've been there for like, a minute, and it's all disgusting. So I'm going to try this thing. This is probably the most unhealthy meal I've ever eaten in my life.
God bless America.
I'm hungry.
You should apologize to all the third world countries that have no food whatsoever.
No, seriously, like this could feed like an African village for like a week. I just don't understand like how we can sell this.
KFC should issue a statement of apology.
Before I even, oh my god, I just touched it and my hand's soaked. Let me roll up my sleeves there. This is so disgusting.
I got the medical equipment all ready for you. Those things that you rub and shock the guy's chest with.
Okay.
And it's funny too because people talk about why is there so much obesity in this country, right? And then Phil wants to be like, oh, yeah, this is disgusting, man. You could feed an African village for such and such, which is ironic because Didn't SOK actually raise money to actually put a fucking like fountain or a well in an African village? Jesus Christ, Phil. That must have shocked you in one way or another. Oh my god. But here's the funny part, Mr. Italian over here. There's some amazing dishes that comes out of Italy, right? And yet they probably wouldn't eat something like that. I mean, they can make something similar to that, but they wouldn't eat something like that. Another thing is that this shit is incredibly unhealthy. It's the most unhealthiest thing I've probably ever eaten, but I'm really hungry. So you couldn't order something else? You went out of your way to order this in particular, specifically. But it's incredibly unhealthy. Come on, man. Like, and don't be wrong, I get it. It's supposed to be him showing, basically building up the drama and so on and stuff and the showmanship. And then there's some YouTube videos that actually talk about this when the Double Down first came out, and they were talking about how it was incredibly unhealthy and, oh my god, this shit could probably give you a heart attack. I remember how they blew all this shit up. So he's just kind of feeding off of that. But Jesus Christ, if you've seen him do DSP Trizits before this, dude, you're already going to have high cholesterol. You're already going to have high blood pressure. You're going to probably end up getting heart disease anyway. I mean, let's call a spade a spade. Like, he very rarely cooked, and when he did, it was terrible. It was disgusting, and it was probably just as unhealthy as the shit that he buys. If it wasn't for Panda and now Cat, he probably wouldn't. Well, no, because his parents. He had a home cooked meal at his parents' house each and every week on Sundays. But during the week, he was basically eating fast food and energy drinks. But he wants to talk about being unhealthy, right? Wow.
All right. The things I do.
Taking one for the team today.
Well, my body's taking one. Look at that, the fried.
I had nothing but
it's not even that.
fruits and
It's the
vegetables.
fact that another thing too, another misconception that Phil's lied about over the years is the amount of money he made off DSP Trizits. He used to make ridiculous. He made really good money off DSP Trizit. That's the reason why he kept doing them. That's the only reason why he kept doing them. Phil had admitted. Now he says that he never really made any money, and it was strictly fan service for his cult, if you will. Here's the reality. Before that, I think he definitely said it in 2017, probably towards the end of 2017, maybe leading into 2018. He had admitted that he used to pull hundreds of dollars off DSP Trizits. I mean, each individual video. Hundreds. Easy. Super easy. It wasn't until much later on, when his popularity waned and nobody really gave a shit, is that so allegedly the DSP Trizits didn't make enough money to even cover the meal, which is a lie in itself as well. And that's for a couple of different reasons. One, when Phil did a DSP Trizit with Panda, for example, he was buying more than one meal. You know what I mean? He would do a DSP Trizit on a particular meal, but in that bag, there was other peripherals that he was going to eat off camera. Matter of fact, you kind of see a little bit of that now. Well, you did during the vestry before that died out. But apparently he's promoting some type of DSP Trizit for Christmas. But for the vest celebration and whatnot for DSP Trizits, he's ordering whatever sandwich or whatever the case may be, but he admits that there's more food downstairs that him and Kat are going to eat later. So he still does it. And trust me, he wouldn't spend that amount of money if he wasn't making at least something comparable to what he's spending. I think all of us can agree on that to some type of point. What a glut.
Today.
You woke up and had a banana for breakfast.
Exactly. Some cherries.
All right, here we go. Wow. Oh. The top chicken breast is tough.
Oh, yeah? Okay. So it's like different textures for different, I don't like that.
I don't know if that was intentional or not.
Because what happens is it structurally starts to collapse.
Yeah, this is like a tough chicken. This is like a softer, juicier chicken. I don't know why that, like, this is like a really deformed breast.
It's a deformed breast.
I can't wait to look this up and see how many calories and how much fat this has. This has to be like the worst.
The good news is, the good news is you don't have to eat for the next week.
Yeah, exactly. I can pretty much, I won't be hungry till
call it a week.
Till Wednesday.
What's that sauce? Do we know what it is yet?
All I can taste is the chicken. I guess maybe.
Okay, I'm sorry. You know what he reminds me of? Seeing you eat right here? He reminds me of, I was going to say he kind of reminds me of a Frenchie, but he doesn't. I love Frenchies. But he actually reminds me of like a English, well, I love English. I love bulldogs in general, but he reminds me of a English or an American bulldog eating. You know how like how his cheeks are and his cheeks are kind of flopping up and down like that. That's kind of what he reminds me of. That's hilarious. I don't know why I never noticed that up until right now. But that shit is funny. Oh, that's hilarious. Yikes. It does seem a bit like a waste, though. Like he, maybe he should have asked for one that was a little bit more fresh, I guess, or I don't know. He could have requested a different, something a little bit more recent. I don't know, but it definitely doesn't sound. It definitely doesn't sound very good at all. Like the whole thing just sounds like a mess. I understand how he said the top one seems dried out and the bottom one seems juicy. I would assume they're both dry. Just one slightly drier than the other. They probably weren't even cooked at the same time, but even if they were, they vary in size, so it doesn't matter either which way.
You taste nothing but chicken?
Oh, it's Thousand Island.
Okay, Russian?
It tastes like Russian dressing.
Okay, that's pretty interesting.
Like ketchup and mayo mixed together.
Okay, I had a sandwich like this one's called. They call it the Cluckin' Russian. You ever have that sandwich? Is it similar to that?
The Cluckin'? Where'd you get that?
Certain restaurants have that. And it's usually a piece of fried chicken with Russian dressing. So maybe they kind of stole that.
Well, I am going to eat this whole thing. I don't know if we want to film the whole thing, but I would say it's not. It doesn't taste bad. It tastes like a chicken breast from Kentucky Fried Chicken, but being that there's so much here, and I'm not too happy that they gave me this like thin ass, fucking tough ass.
What's the best time to eat something like this? Like 3 in the morning?
Yeah, when you should be asleep, when your body doesn't metabolize anything that you're eating, that's when you should eat this because it'll go straight to your fucking ass.
So it's not breakfast food.
Stomach.
It's more for like a lunch.
This is definitely some kind of a massive power meal. If like you're a weightlifter, and you're trying to put on mass. This is probably what you want.
It's only good for weightlifters.
I would say probably weightlifters and professional eaters like
Kobayashi. Kobayashi could have
might be able to eat a couple of these, but
good.
I don't think any normal human being should actually purchase this.
How about like animals? You think they could eat it?
Animals, I think, are too smart. They'll probably stay away from this.
They probably would. They'd smell it, just be like that's not natural.
Like that's not a chicken breast. What is that? Fucking walk away from it.
So animals are smarter than most of KFC's customers.
I'd have to say, on my rating scale, this is a 1 out of 5 because it's just a piece of chicken. But it's so much. Like I'm gonna eat this because this is my meal for today. And then with the wedges, can you imagine what the fucking rating is on this meal with these wedges?
It's just irresponsible.
This is like, how could they? I don't understand how they could sell this. Well, then again, I guess there are worse things.
People buy it,
like
they're
crack.
gonna sell it.
So
that might have, probably.
So
there's probably some drugs that aren't as bad for you.
Oh my god.
There's probably things that are illegal that are not as bad than this. But
this chicken breast is actually really tasty.
Yeah.
This top one I'm worried about. So
yeah, everyone go out and get one.
That's the double down. I don't know what else to say. It is actually kind of tasty, but it is ridiculous. Like I can feel the salt stinging my fucking tongue right now. That's how much is on it. I can tell. This is probably like
that would make a good sound bite. That would make a really good sound bite.
Have to this container of sodium is probably, you know.
That's how you know it's good.
It's in this thing, so. Alright, I'm going to finish this, and then I'm going to go check myself into the hospital, so I'll see you guys later.
Later.
DSP tries it.
Here, I'm going to bring the salt part back because, like I said, I think that'll make a good soundbite. It's almost like those two had the force that, which seems unusual outside of the commentary those two usually do. Hold on a second.
Customers.
I'd have to say, run on my rating scale, this is a 1.
Yeah, we're right where I need to be, more or less. But at least I think so. But yeah, I feel like this commentary here, they kind of had to force it a little bit. And then Phil being a dick, bringing up crack or bringing up drugs in general. Good job, Phil. Good job. Remember, it was off-color comedy. It was all meant for jokes.
Out of 5, because it's just a piece of chicken. But it's so much. Like, I'm gonna eat this because this is my meal for today. But and then with the wedges, can you imagine what the fucking rating is on this meal with these wedges?
It's just irresponsible.
This is like, how could they? I don't understand how they could sell this. Well, then again, I guess there are worse things.
People buy it,
like
they're
crack.
gonna sell it.
So
That might have, probably.
So
there's probably some drugs that aren't as bad for you.
oh my god.
There's probably things that are illegal that are not as bad than this. But
this chicken breast is actually really tasty.
yeah.
It's the top one I'm worried about. So
Yeah, everyone go out and get one.
that's the double down. I don't know what else to say. It is actually kind of tasty, but it is ridiculous. Like, I can feel the salt stinging my fucking tongue right now. That's how much is on it. I can tell. This is probably like half this container of sodium is probably, you know.
That's how you know it's good.
It's in this thing, so. Alright, I'm going to finish this, and then I'm going to go check myself into the hospital, so I'll see you guys later.
Later.
DSP tries it.
What's up, everyone? It is DSP, and welcome to another edition of DSP Tries It. This one's a long time coming. A lot of people earlier this year, when I created my DSP gaming channel, I had done a preliminary review of a couple new joysticks that were basically brand new models at the time, but I hadn't had a
Yeah, that's actually an interesting thing to point out, because it was probably like a week or two ago I decided to go to the DSP Street Fighter YouTube channel just to see what they had, because it'll kind of help flow into the FGC week, or the FGC series that we have coming up soon. And this dude did, like, there must be easily 9 or 10 arcade stick reviews he did on that channel. Like, first off, why the fuck did you need that many? 2, why did you keep buying new ones? 3, they have adapters for your PS3 to PS4, and eventually they'll do it for your PS4, your PS3 and or PS4 to your PS5 eventually. Eventually that's going to be a thing. Especially with any new FGC games that come out for the PS5, the FGC will be on top of it, because they are a niche market. That it is a niche market that, you know, manufacturers do want to market out too. He's got at least 9 or 10 arcade sticks, if not more. He probably has like 12 or 13 at this point. Jesus Christ, Phil, sign those bitches and sell them. You know what I'm saying? Or do something. I know he has a Tekken 5 or it's a Tekken 6 arcades, a wireless arcade stick that he never used. He might as well sell that. To be honest, I mean, granted, you can find it online for like $50-$60, but he might as well sell that because he's not going to use it. You know what I mean? Just hoarding arcade sticks just to have them, to justify what he used to be, even though he was never as good as he said he was. But whatever. But the point being is that he has like 6 or 7. Well, like I said, probably closer to like 9 arcade sticks on his channel that he did reviews for, and it's like you're talking at like $100 to like $150 a pop. So we're talking about well over $1,000+ just so he could do those videos on. Are you telling me that he didn't make that money back in ad revenue? Think about it.
Time to play on these joysticks yet, and so I wanted to basically go and go to a couple tournaments and give them a fair shake and try them out, and then come back and give you some feedback. Well, unfortunately, I got busy and really didn't have a chance to do that, so now I'm taking the opportunity to do that. The first stick we're going to talk about is the Hori Arcade Fight Stick Tournament Edition S. This is the stick that was released earlier this year to coincide with the release of Super Street Fighter 2. I'm sorry, Super Street Fighter 2, Super Street Fighter 4. As you can see right there on the front, that's exactly what the art says. 2 different models of this stick. Well, first of all, you can get it for either Xbox 360 or PlayStation 3, your choice. And depending on what you get, you'll get different, different setting up here. Obviously, if it's a PlayStation 3 stick, it doesn't have the Xbox Live logo there or anything like that. And the button coloration is different as well, depending on which stick you get. Now, you can also get 2 different...
Let me jump in, because people sometimes still talk about it on Reddit and on some of the fighting game boards out there, Capcom United, Event Hubs, SRK, just to name a few, that some of the arcade sticks that came out around Street Fighter 4, or within the Street Fighter 4 series, is believed to be some of the best, most of them are Hori, and then obviously Mad Cat, but because of how customizable they were. There are plenty of guides online that you can find really easy that will walk you through step by step on how to exchange buttons, how to make dual modded sticks, meaning that you can use it for the Xbox and the PlayStation respectively. You can go back and forth by just flipping a switch and whatnot. There's all kinds of really nifty shit that you can do to it. Having actually LCD buttons and whatnot. There's tutorials out there on that. That was quite a time in the FGC to not only be within the FGC, but to be an entrepreneur and do stick building and doing stick repairs and stuff like that. Let me give you an example. You go on the old forums, and I remember some of these tournaments, or at least watching some of these tournaments, I should say, because Spooky, Team Spooky, was the one who was streaming them. That they had guys, I think it was like 4 guys all together. They didn't work with each other. They were all like independent. But eventually, I think they ended up sharing a booth for obvious reasons. It was cost effective, and then they were all in one central place where you could actually get your arcade stick modded or repaired at an actual tournament. It was crazy. This is like, for example, Final Round. Final Round was I think it still is, well, whenever it starts back up, but originally it was a 3-day tournament, or maybe it was a 2-day tournament originally, Saturday and Sunday. And then it expanded off to Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And then it expanded to Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, meaning that Thursday was like opening day, but it just gave people a chance to mingle and whatever, because of the deal they had with the hotel, that hotel/resort that they do it at each year. Anyway, some of these arcade builders and whatnot and repair guys or whatever would get a booth and so on and so forth and get a space, and you could literally go up to them because you'd go on the boards and they would let you know where they're going to be at. You drop your stick off to them and be like, okay, hey, this is the issue that I'm having, so on and so forth. They would already have like a TV or a little like booth set up where they would actually go ahead and test your stick out to see, okay, what's the problem? You know what I'm saying? What's the issue? Let's go ahead and go through it. Okay, I think I have it. I can't remember how much they charge, but come back in, give me about an hour, and I'll get an idea of what it's gonna look like. They'll take all your information down, so on and so forth, and more often than not, you just get a text. Hey, your arcade stick's ready, man. Come on down whenever you get a chance. You go down there, bam, you pay up, and you go ahead and yet again you touch your arcade stick on the station, done, and you're out. So that's for a quick repair. And a lot of guys used to do repairs through in between games, because a lot of these guys are really, really good at modding and repairing, but also in a tournament setting, man, an arcade stick can get beat the fuck up. On top of that, modifications, getting LCD lights put in, getting different type of buttons for certain levels of sensitivity, things like that. It was a really, really lucrative business for a good amount of years doing that. You know what I'm saying? Obviously enough to where it covers the cost of the builders and modifiers and repair guys to go out there and travel to these tournaments, and then cover the cost of the buttons and whatever other peripherals they needed. You're talking about they could literally change your arcade stick out, the physical stick, like if you want a bat or if you just like the ball top, any of your buttons, any modifications that you're looking for, you could essentially get it, and it can be done within the span of an hour or so, maybe less than that, depending on how good they are and depending on how extensive, and I guess depending on the stick, it could probably take a little longer. Could probably take 2 or more, depending on who's doing it. And a lot of money was made, and very few. I think you'll find very few complaints about any of that too. Essentially, you get what you wanted, because if not, then you wouldn't have paid, after the product was finished, if you didn't like what you got. You know what I'm saying? So it's just something to think about. So there's a lot of money around, and I think that's what did Phil and John and Howard call it, East Coast Customs. I guess they were trying to jump in on that market, but they ran into some issues with copyright, as well as it was like some type of copyright with the fan art, and even though it wasn't fan art, it was official art, but the art that was supposed to go in the arcade sticks. And there's a couple other issues too that kind of ended up killing that racket. But Phil invested in John and Howard, respectfully, they invested a lot of money in that, because there are still boxes in Phil's Nook that's just filled to the brim with like arcade stick buttons and stuff like that. That's stuff that he should be selling, or he should have been sold. You know what I mean? A box of arcade sticks, he could probably, or of arcade buttons, I should say, he could probably easily get $30, $40 for that. You know what I mean? Around what he paid for it, if you will, more or less. He could, even if he marked it up, 40%, it's still pretty good. You know what I mean? And as well as other peripherals. He should just go ahead and sell those things. He should have already sold those things, just so he can just get that stuff off the books. There's no point in you carrying that stuff around with you, or give it to John and Howard, because they have a heads-up arcade cabinet for Super Turbo. So this way, if they need the buttons to be switched out or everything, they have it all right then and there. He may have done that, but I feel like he didn't, because Phil's a selfish bastard. And if you guys know the story behind the arcade board that Phil gave to Howard, as well as Tevin was talking about it, about I guess it was like an arcade stick board for maybe that same cabinet that he also gave to Howard, and there was a disagreement about, whatever the case may be. If you know how Phil is, and his history, I should say, with giving stuff to people and then asking for it back, it kind of makes sense why, at least makes sense to me in my mind, why he never gave John and Howard all of those extra arcade parts. But who could say?
Art styles. There's this one right here, which is the Ryu and Ken dual art style with a white top. There's also one with a black top with just Ryu. I personally think they're both pretty cool, but I think the black one's a little bit neater. I just happened to be that this is the one that I had on top of my stack of sticks, so I wanted to show it to you. Now, this joystick uses all Sanwa parts. Now, I've gotten the question 100 times, Phil, what's the difference between Sanwa and Samitsu? What does that even mean? And what's the best one? Okay? Basically, in Japan, there's 2 major companies who are in competition in regards to creating parts for Japanese arcade sticks and arcade cabinets. One company is called Sanwa, and one company is called Samitsu. Sanwa, at least for the most part, when it comes to home joysticks like this one, seems to be the market leader. Samitsu, from what I'm to understand, actually is making some headway in the Japanese arcade market, meaning if you were to go to Japan and go to one of their arcades, chances are, more often than not, you'd be playing on Samitsu controls. So, what we're going to do today is we're going to review this Sanwa stick. I'm going to tell you its features. I'm going to tell you what the advantages of having Sanwa parts, and then later I will also make a review of a Samitsu stick that I have, and I'll explain those parts as well. But anyway, this stick, right off the bat, I think it's really neat because unlike the previous stick from last year, unlike some other sticks that have been made by Hori in the past, basically this top it's a shiny top because it has this nice artwork on it. You're not going to get nasty looking fingerprints or anything on this stick. It's always going to look pretty sweet, even if it isn't the cleanest. And that's a plus because I remember the original
even if it's not the cleanest, that's telling. And also, I mean, you can just wipe your arcade stick down every once in a while. That's a thing too, Phil. But you know, Phil, he don't want to clean anything. He's lived in that condo in Connecticut for what, 5 years or whatever, and they just recently disinfected or sanitized that room. if COVID never happened, then guess what the state of that room would still be in. Think about it.
Joysticks for the PlayStation 2. This was really
and
when
actually, from the disinfecting and sanitizing part, yeah, that's probably the first time that happened. But it's not true. But Kat allegedly cleaned that room once when she first got there. Remember, Phil told us all about that. On her day off, she went ahead and cleaned up his entire room and so on and so forth. But obviously, that may not be completely true, or there was only an extent that she could actually do that, because you guys have all seen the wire mess that goes on in that room. If you guys saw his PS5, setup, which I'll probably end up going over that because you got to see how the clusterfuck that's still going on in there. It kind of proves the point, and it's gross. Like, it's clearly worse than it was when he set up the Nintendo Switch. So he legit has not cleaned up that room since the Switch came out. And remember, when we all saw what it looked like with that Switch, it was dusty, it was gross. That's when he found that PS4 controller that he didn't even know that he had, and it didn't even look black. It looked gray. Because it was completely caked on with dust. He didn't even know that controller was even there, despite the fact that he's in that room and he looks at his He looks at his television stand, basically. He looks at it daily and forgot all about it. Wow.
Style joysticks became mainstream in the United States. They had this metallic top, silverish, and the thing got dirty all the time. It just looked disgusting, and you always had to constantly be cleaning it and wiping it. It was almost like a mirror finish, and that was a pain in the ass. So having a top like this is definitely an advantage. Now, the joysticks, Sanwa joysticks themselves, okay, are probably, if I were to describe between a Sanwa and a Samitsu, I would say Sanwa is the tighter of the two. And what I mean is, it seems like there's a less of a distance between neutral position, which is what a joystick is when no one's touching it, and moving it all the way in one extreme of a direction. It seems like there's less of a movement needed to hit that extreme, okay? And that means that when you're doing moves, it's going to be probably slightly quicker to do a Dragon Punch or a Fireball than it's going to be on a Samitsu stick. There's pros and cons to that. The pros is that if you really need to get something out super fast, you can probably get it out a lot easier. The con is that if you need to do a move where you need to kind of revert to neutral first, it could be a little bit more difficult. Because let's say you're holding forward, now you need to do a Dragon Punch. Well, to do a Dragon Punch, it's forward, neutral, down, down forward, plus punch. A Samitsu stick, it actually snaps to neutral a little bit easier because of just the way it is. It's a looser stick. This is a tighter stick of the two, so it's a little bit harder to go like that in one motion. With the Samitsu, it's a little bit easier. So there's pros and cons, like I said, and it all depends on your own personal.
Yeah, but a Samitsu though requires better execution, which is one of the main differences. Like with a Samitsu, it's looser, but it forces you to actually go through the movements. You have to essentially do the motion for it to come out. Period. There is no shortcutting or anything like that. You either do the motion completely or it won't come out. With the tighter stick, which will allow you to kind of go back, which will kind of snap back into neutral, it allows you to shortcut certain things, if you will, and whatnot, which is the reason why people like to use that brand of arcade stick first to kind of get a feel for it, and just to it's kind of a good stick to begin on, if you will, before you go on to its competitor, where by then you would have the motions down. Your execution, I should say, should have evolved and become a little bit better over the years, which is one of the major things that fucks over Phil, is that he doesn't have execution anymore. It's just the reality of the situation. His execution's gone. It's gone. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't get me wrong, if he's not in a high pressure situation, he can essentially do what he wants. Good for him. But if he's in a situation where he legit has to defend himself against someone who's rushing him down and rushing him down heavy, Goji Tanks is a great example of that. Or Maverick is also another great example. He can't he can't get things out. He can't make it happen because he wants to have that assistance with his execution when he wants it, and then he wants to be able to have full movement whenever he wants. And you can't have both. You have to have one or the other. Period. You can't have full execution and then have a shortcut or a crutch, if you will. You can't have both. You have to have one or the other. And as long as he's been playing on arcade sticks, he should know that. And over time, the stick's going to wear out anyway. So regardless, he can't say that he doesn't have enough experience with either stick model or make, if you will, to be able to do that. Samu or Samitsu. And he can't say that, oh, I can't adjust to it, because that's not true. His execution is just gone, and then mentally, he wants to have both, and you can't. It's one or the other. Pure and simple.
Gaming style. It depends on what stick you spend more time with. I personally have played on Sanwa sticks a hell of a lot more than I've played on Samitsu sticks, and therefore I find that there's certain things I could do on Sanwa easier than I could do on Samitsu. For example, and I know this is going to sound weird, I could probably do 360s, and when I mean that, I mean command throws like Zangief's spinning pile driver. I can do a lot easier on a Sanwa stick than I can do on a Samitsu stick, and the reason for that is because I think it's a shorter distance to the extreme, so I can just go like that very quickly to get that 360 motion and get the throw. However, I find it a lot harder to do moves on the fly, on reaction, on a Sanwa stick. I think it's a little bit easier on a Samitsu because if it's a move where you need to revert back to the neutral state, the Samitsu can do that a little bit faster because it's a looser type stick. I know if you've played on these sticks before, you probably understand what I'm saying. If you haven't, unfortunately, it's really hard to articulate in words. It's really more of a feel to the stick. Basically, this stick feels like there's a little bit more resistance as you move it around, but the trade-off is that it's less of a distance to travel to get to your extreme. The Samitsu stick feels like there's almost no resistance. It almost feels like the stick is floating in the air, but at the same time, it seems like there's more of a distance to hit the extreme. And I'll show you that when I review a Samitsu stick. But anyway,
as I said, it's the difference between having the shortcut and then having to do the full motion. Pure and simple. And when it comes to having to do the full motion, you have to go through that full range, essentially from angle to angle. Whereas with the shortcut, you just do one small circle and you got it. And for Phil, he expects to have both. And in some ways, he may have mentally tried to build it up to some point where he can still get both. And he just blames it on the situation. And it just doesn't work that way. It just doesn't. Like, you know what I'm saying, at the end of the day. And more importantly, and only to add to my point, your arcade stick is going to eventually wear out over time anyway. Sooner than later. So if you're going to keep playing on it, then you're going to have to just adjust to how loose it's become over the years. Which isn't anything difficult. It's really not, to be honest with you. I don't know what current members of the Detractor FGC is playing on currently, but if they are playing on arcade sticks, they have an understanding at least of what I'm saying to some degree, whether they're playing on a Mad Cat, on a Hori, on a custom built, or whatever the case may be. So I'm looking forward to that. Speaking of which, I did see that Ludwig World Order has been on a fucking rampage with that stuff lately, going over all of that. So that'll be for the main channel. We'll have like a week of Detractor FGC with Ludwig, and we'll go through all of his videos. I think there's like 8 or 9 videos altogether. Maybe it's 8, because I remember him doing a trailer for the Goji Tanks, for the very first Goji Tanks video. So maybe there's only 8 videos. Maybe. Could be 9. Maybe there is 9. But we will go over all those for the main channel. And then, like I said, over here, we'll try to stick to like the older stuff. So that's something to look forward to as well. And big ups to LWO, or Ludwig World Order. Because the stuff with the Salt Shaker was hilarious. Well played, sir. Well played. Speaking of which, I had found a video. Or was it sent to us? I think it was sent to us. It was a initially when it was sent, I thought, oh shit, Goji actually puts up videos and whatnot, but it's not Goji Tanks, it's somebody else. But they are a third strike specialist, or a Sean specialist in third strike, I should say. Very interesting stuff. It's like a 5 or 6 minute video. Maybe I'll do a community post on it, and so people can watch it, and then eventually we'll go over it. But essentially, they break down from basic to intermediate to advanced on some of Sean's stuff and shenanigans and stuff like that. And mainly, this individual is very, very good, like Goji Tanks is, in using Sean's normals and chaining stuff, stringing stuff together, comboing effectively. It's a really cool video that I just found at the random. So that'll be something you guys can look forward to for the main channel as well.
There's pros and cons to both sticks. I really don't think that there's a definitive choice by anyone in the competitive gaming community. Most Americans are using Sanwa parts, but I only think that's because, like I said, when the Hori sticks for the PS2 came over to the United States, they came with Sanwa parts. So I think Hori really kind of pushed that back in the day. Now today, Hori actually offers sticks with both. So now you can take your pick, and it's like, well, it's your personal preference. Now, what also I want to talk about are the Sanwa buttons. Sanwa buttons, in my opinion, are the best buttons. And the only reason I say that is because, as you can see here with these buttons, I'll zoom in a little bit for you. These buttons are very easy to press. They're very, very, very low, okay? American buttons are chunky buttons, okay? American buttons are probably 2 to 3 times as tall as these buttons, so it takes longer to push them in and get a response. These buttons are very low to the stick, very contoured to the stick, and so all you need to do is tap it, and immediately you're going to get a response when you press that button. And it's also the click style, where you hear a nice, firm click on your button when you push it. If you push it and you don't feel that click, or it feels mushy, you can tell when your button's broken or needs a cleaning. And so, just a little pro tip for anyone: to clean one of these is really, really, really easy. You just take some Windex, you spray it on top, you take a paper towel, you wipe it into the button. It's okay to let a little bit of Windex soak into a button like this, because it'll actually get all the grime and the nastiness out from in between the grooves of the button. Just don't soak the thing. Just get a little bit of Windex in there, rub it down, and you'll actually fix a button that otherwise you might have thought was broken. But anyway,
I can't confirm or deny that. That might be true, but I don't know. I can't confirm that. As it pertains to American buttons, or either between Japanese buttons and American buttons, at the end of the day, if you're playing Street Fighter, you should be negative edging anyway, to be honest. So with that being said, it kind of alleviates some of the active issues. Negative edge, by the way, is in Street Fighter in particular, when you press a button to do a move, I should say, a punch or a kick, whatever the case may be. Negative edging is when you press the button, it's considered an action, and then when you let go of the button, it's considered an action. So let's use that in a common example. If you were going to do a fireball with Ryu, Ken, Guile, DJ, whoever, when you essentially, let's do Ken and Ryu, or Ryu because they're the easiest examples. When you do quarter circle forward and you press punch, right? Bam, that's your motion to do your fireball, right? If you keep your hand if you keep the punch button pressed down and you do quarter circle forward again, and you lift your finger up off the button, another fireball will come out. That's called negative edging. And so so in Street Fighter in particular, most people do that anyway, especially for special moves in particular. That's something you should be doing. You know what I mean? That is something you should be doing. Especially if you have someone locked down in a fireball brigade, if you will. It's a really consistent way for you not only to keep your timing, right, but also you're essentially teaching yourself muscle memory at the same time. It's a very quick reaction. It's super quick because remember, you can't have more than one fireball on the screen at once. Yeah, so when you throw your fireball initially, and if they choose to block it or jump over it, you can't have another fireball on the screen until it's exited the screen or it's been blocked. So the moment it hits, let's say they decide to block it, the moment it hits, you already have your finger on that punch button, do quarter circle forward again, and then release the button, and then that next fireball comes immediately out. And with good timing and good spacing, you can hold somebody in place and chip them down for a little bit until you're ready to, until you're ready to figure out what your next move is. A lot of players, especially players in Puerto Rico, have been very, very good at slowly but surely moving themselves forward while using fireballs as a tool to close distance, especially to keep people on block. It's a very, very good tool. Puerto Rico, South America in general has actually really been good at it. Europe, to an extent, has been very good at it. Obviously, a lot of American players do it. Canada's very good at doing it. It's a really good tool. I don't know if Phil negative edges or not, but if he's not, he should be. But whatever. I just thought I'd throw that out there.
From my personal tournament experience, I think that these buttons are excellent. I think that you get the quickest reaction from these buttons, and once you get used to them, if you play with these Japanese-style Sanwa buttons over American buttons, you can actually do better things. And I stand by that statement. I think that because they're more reactive, because they're easier to get a response out of, you can do better combos. It's easier to do links. It's a better button overall than American buttons.
But there's also another thing too that he's not bringing up. People have gotten smart and have started figuring out that if you went ahead and wait for sound cues, because remember, as he said, when you press that button, you hear like that click. You know what I'm saying? It's that's how you know the health of the button, and that's how it's a very good audio cue to know if your opponent's pressing a button. A lot of people got smart and decided to use those audio cues to their advantage. By doing so, by by playing a very smart footsie game, and then knowing that maybe they're trying to go for a special, or they may even go for a super or an EX or whatever the case may be, the moment you hear the button tap, instead of you going off and trying to counter it like Phil tries to do a lot because he's a fucking idiot, wait and block. The moment you hear that button, immediately go into a defensive stance, let whatever move comes out and punish the shit out of it. You know what I mean? So that's something too that the button also does. It kind of gives away to some extent what you're doing, or what you're doing, I should say. So that's something that should be thought of as well. There's plenty of pro players that have talked about that, and so on and so forth. It's just a thing. It's the reality of it all, and that's something that I feel like Phil has forgotten over his years, is that there is a psychology that goes into fighting games, ladies and gentlemen. There's a psychology that goes into this, and Phil has very much forgotten that, which is sad, because in his battles with Evil AJ, for example, Evil AJ plays mind games with him all the time. Evil AJ has, we'll go over it because it's older stuff and that's what we do. But if you watch Evil AJ play, he has outplayed Phil, he has outthought Phil, he has outmaneuvered Phil. Evil AJ has the complete package when it comes to, as far as I'm concerned, when it comes to Super Turbo and how he outplays Phil. He has, it's almost, well, I would say as far as to the extent of my knowledge, it's a pretty complete package. There's nobody that's perfect in the FGC. Fighting games, like anything else, is something that is supposed to be mastered over time. Or as I like to say, it's that sword that you keep sharpening, right? Like being a detractor, like being anybody who makes content, whether on streams or for videos or whatever. No one is at the pinnacle of it, right? It's something that you're constantly working at, you're constantly sharpening to get better. There's no such thing as perfection. Perfection is an illusion, because if you've reached perfection, then that means there's nothing else to learn. If you think about it, that's what perfection is. But I think with Evil AJ, he at least is at a pretty high point when it comes to all categories, and that's why Phil doesn't want to play him anymore. That's why Phil started running from him, because he can't beat him. He can't beat him. If Evil AJ is playing seriously, Phil can't beat him. Evil AJ is that much smarter than him, and he's just an overall better player than Phil. And I think, and like I said, I've said it before, because I don't remember if it was a tweet or if it was a comment that Evil AJ had left on some video somewhere, but I know I've seen it, where he said that the first time, after playing Phil for the first time, he said he was disappointed. He expected better. That's telling. Because Phil bigs up all the time, ladies and gentlemen, his tournament experience, his tournament know-how. And yet, you have Evil AJ, who was a fan of DSPs before he ended up becoming the man, who was like, yeah, his FGC, he never said, or at least as far as I've seen, he never said that his, he wasn't competent. He just said he expected better. And that right there is telling. And I think if you talk to anybody who was part of the Detractor FGC, if you talk to your Goji Tanks, your Chaos Wolves, your Lady Gambits, your Mavericks, whoever, and anybody, I think some of them will tell you, if you think about what Phil has said and then you see how he performs, win or lose, you would expect better. And I think there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with expecting better, being that he ain't hyped himself up all crazy. If I came up here and I sat here and threw all this shit at you and said, yeah, you know what I'm saying, I'm the best and here it is, whatever. And then if we did like a Detractor FGC tournament, for example, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, and we played and I get completely bodied in each and every game that I play against whoever, it's going to make you question some things, isn't it? But that's what you see with Phil, or what you used to see weekly. He don't do that now. I mean, he just can't live up to his mythos. And it's because of a lot of things. One, he didn't take care of himself. You know what I mean? His reactions and reflexes, they didn't betray him, they left him. He betrayed his body, and in turn his body responded in the way it was supposed to. He's not mentally as sharp as he once was. You know what I mean? I don't think he was really mentally that great, and as it pertains to the mind games anyway, as it pertains to fighting games. I feel like he was too rigid. He was too regimented. He was too flowcharty, if you will. Low tier gods like that too. He's very, very flowcharty like. That's not a good way to play. Having the basics is one thing, and it's important. Don't be wrong. It's fundamentals. But the thing is with fighting games in general is it allows you to insert your imagination into it and be creative and be able to do things. One thing, as far as I see it, is if you look at the character of Ryu and Ken, for example, the Shotos, and Akuma's in there, Dan's in there, you could have 12 different players and they'll all play that same character. We'll say Ryu, for example, or Ryu, however you want to pronounce it. They all play him differently. Each one will play them absolutely differently. Whether people want to base their game around fireballs, which is it's a great tool, you know what I mean, to not only keep distance but to lock down. People who want to stand good on their footsies and don't use fireballs at all. There are people out there who do that. People who are very uppercut heavy, but yet pick their spots. People who like using hurricane kicks to apply pressure and keep people off balance, because it's a good move, but it has drawbacks. There's all kinds of different options. There's all kinds of different ways of playing a character. And if you put that one character in the hands of 12 different people, all 12 of them are going to play him slightly differently. And that just comes down to just personality and what you want out of a character. And if anything else, that's why Street Fighter has prevailed for so many years, because it allows you to inject a bit of yourself into how you play and make it your own. You know what I'm saying? Yes, the moves are there, right? But what you do with those moves and how you decide to use those moves are something completely different. I think that's something that Phil never understood. It's something that's escaped him for some reason. Or it's something that wasn't regimented, or out of all the things that were regimented, that wasn't regimented into him. I think Phil has always gone with what works. instead of being himself. And since Phil doesn't really know who he is, and that's proven, he goes with what works. He goes with what the winners do. But what you see is Justin Wong is a perfect example, I guess. And we'll try to move on with this because I'm starting to ramble a little bit. When you see Justin Wong play like Marvel 2, right? When you see him play like, let's say, Storm Sentinel Cyclops, his Storm Sentinel Cyclops is a very good example of not too offensive and not too defensive. You know what I'm saying? He has a very good middle ground, being able to rush down effectively but run away, be able to build meter to deal maximum damage and whatnot. A very good get the fuck up off of me. If you start, if your Magneto starts getting crazy or whatever the case may be, he has a really good balance. And then you add the Justin factor or the Wong factor onto that, is the reason why you got the Evo moment where he had that crazy comeback with fucking Cyclops. You know what I mean? You make of it what you will. Because he doesn't play, at least fundamentally, he doesn't necessarily play Storm Sentinel Cyclops like everybody else. I can't remember if he pioneered that team or not. But not everybody plays that way. You know what I'm saying? The basic structure or the outline is similar, obviously, but how you handle certain situations are completely different. Phil don't see that. And in a lot of ways, when you think about Street Fighter V, Low Tier God don't see it that way either. He's so flowcharty that he expects other people to play a character the way he would because he's going by the flowchart. And so when people break away from that or deviate from it, it pisses him off because he's like, oh, well, at high level play, you should be playing like this. High level play, man, motherfuckers play to win. They play to win. And you'll do it. And if you're playing to win, you'll do whatever you have to win. You don't sit there and go with these fundamentals. You go strictly by the flowchart because a really good pro player wrote the flowchart out to be that way. It's a flowchart for a reason, yes. And at the end of the day, flowcharts branch out. You can go a bunch of different ways with it. And I feel like in a lot of ways people forget that at times. But whatever. Let's continue.
Style. So, in my opinion, I think San was the best. Other people might argue that Samitsu is the best, which is more of a plunger style. And we'll talk about that when I review a Samitsu stick. But overall, what do I think of this stick? Well, from what I'm to understand, I actually went to the store the other day. They're still selling these for $140. The price is not reduced yet, and that's unfortunate because last year there were two different models of Street Fighter 4 joystick. There was the standard edition, which was just the joystick that was a mini version of this. Basically didn't have any of this on the side. It was kind of like this small, and those were going for, originally I believe they were going for $70, and by late last year, those things were going for like $40. That's the price dropped dramatically. Then they also had their regular tournament edition, so it's basically the predecessor to this stick. It didn't have nice art or anything like that, but it was basically the same layout of the stick. Those originally were going for like $150, and I saw those around for like $90. So I was like, wow, that's a really good value, for the joystick. Well, this year it seems like these sticks, the prices have not gone down. But I would guarantee you that next year, with the release of games like Marvel vs. Capcom 3 and the new Mortal Kombat, there will probably be a whole new slew of joysticks that will be released for those. And once that happens, probably the prices for this joystick will go down. So right now, it started as $150. I'm still seeing it in stores for $140. But I would guarantee you that once the new versions of the joysticks are released, this will go down in price. So the only other thing that I do want to mention is that it is a heavy stick. They've purposely weighted this stick to weigh something like 5 to 6 pounds because they want it to have some weight on your knees when you're playing a game. Most people these days when they don't play on a table like this. They actually sit down and place the joystick on top of their knees. Simply because when you go to a tournament setting, they don't always have tables for people to set up on and things like that, but you should usually be able to get a chair. So it is a little bit of a heavier stick, but that was done purposely to aid you in a tournament. If this stick weighed nothing, if this stick was light as hell, when you go to do a move, it might actually move off of your lap, and therefore you lose your positioning, and you might not be able to block, and it might throw you off during a tournament match. So that's why they do that. So overall, how do I rate this stick? Well, sorry. Sorry about that. Ooh. That's what happens when you play games for freaking 24 hours on a midnight release. But anyway, how do I rate this stick? I would say, for the total package, I'm not rating the parts individually, but as a total package,
that
considering it has
brings up a good point. Now I think about it, what he just said about how tired he is or whatever. And ladies and gentlemen, if you don't believe anything that I say, please at least take this into consideration. He approached this as a job. You know how he says, "Oh, I was able to turn my hobby into a way of making a living." You know what I'm saying? Into something that, I already loved it, but then I was actually able to use this as a way of making money. He purposely turned this into a job. And in doing so, he doomed himself. Wholeheartedly, that's what the situation was. It's not that I believe in it. I do believe in it, but that's what happened. He turned this into a job. And he forced other people to believe in it as well. Which fucked him, because then people held him to a higher standard. If you're going to sit here and treat this as your job, which is what you did, then people are going to hold you to an expectation. Like when he got mad at like iJustine and Toby Turner or whatever, they came into this and they treated it just like they treated their vlogs. It's something fun. It's something entertaining. It's not meant to be regimented. You know what I'm saying? It's there for a good time. Phil wanted you to take him seriously because he's doing this. And he basically gave up the fun factor, if you will, for legitimacy. And in turn, look at where he's at now. I just heard a clip, actually, where he said that he said it recently. I think he said it during the Thanksgiving thing, which we're gonna go over that. That I'm someone who should be taken seriously. I want to be taken seriously. I should be taken seriously. That's telling, because one, no one has taken you seriously for a number of years. I don't think anybody's going to. Not seriously in the way that he wants to be taken, I should say. Two, you haven't really done much. You haven't done much to put yourself in a position to be taken seriously. Three, because you've turned this into your job, like you've made this fun hobby that could have been extremely lucrative and could have been a great way of making a living if you didn't look at it as a goddamn job. You've turned this into your personal hell. And now he wants the game industry to take him seriously. He wants him to take him seriously because he has no other options now. He's going to try to force them into acknowledging him because he's been around for a long time and he occasionally has something to say or something decent to say, I should say. And he's going to use that as his way in. Here's the problem. Twitter don't give a fuck. Reddit doesn't give a fuck. And that's the two places he needs to get over on. He needs Reddit because Reddit's what's going to end up actually getting his video views. It's going to be able to shoehorn him out there and actually really get him some circulation. He needs Twitter from the public persona. He's fucked himself on that because, one, Reddit doesn't take him seriously and Reddit thinks he's garbage. Twitter's not going to take him seriously because he shitted on his peers. He has shitted on his peers on Twitter. He's not going to go nowhere with that. That's like, ladies and gentlemen, that's like if I went on Detractor Twitter and I shitted on every fucking detractor on there. They didn't do anything to me. They didn't say anything about me, at least not publicly, but they didn't do anything to me at all to warrant it. And I just, for whatever reason, went ahead and just started cutting bacon off their back. What the fuck do you think that's going to do to what little bit of goodwill or reputation that I have? It's not going to do much. And even though the detractor community promotes forgiveness if you step out of line or whatever, there's going to be some people that are going to be like, well, I never liked him anyway, so fuck him. And trust me, that exists. It's like that. The gaming community, the Wings of Redemption community, all those communities, they have people in there who exist like that. And they're within their rights to do so if that's what they choose. Those people never did anything to me, so there's no reason for me to go out there and shit on them. Phil went ahead and goes into the gaming community often and shits on them and calls them shills, calls these people liars. Liars because they get stuff either in advance or free or whatever the case may be when he does as well. He's gotten free copies of stuff. He's gotten promotional copies, influencer copies. So he wasn't lying when he said those things, but these other people are. That makes no sense when you're participating in the exact same thing. It makes you a fucking hypocrite. And he's willing to, and he's going to completely avoid all of that, right? Because he has to keep his piggy ego intact to go ahead and now be like, you guys are forced to acknowledge me. You have to respect me. Asshole, you never put yourself in a position to be respected. Something to think about.
Official Sanwa joystick, official Sanwa buttons, a pretty neat top with artwork like that.
And I'm sorry about that, but that's something that I hope to illustrate during our journey through the FGC. DSP is FGC history. Excuse me. Is that not only in the FGC, but in gaming itself, he had plenty of opportunities to carve out a niche for himself and have some advantages. Like when you think of the FGC on YouTube or on Twitch or just in general, if you were thinking about FGC guys, the first person that comes to you is Maximilian, without a doubt. If you're deep into this FGC shit, then you think of Maximilian, you think of IFC Yipes, you think of Justin Wong, you think of Daigo, because Daigo streams and he has YouTube videos out. There are, and then if you think about just FGC content creators, you have Yoga Flame, you have what's that guy's name? It's not Luigi. It starts with an L. I can't think of what his name is. Fuck. And I'm a big fan of his too. Anyway, you have Yoga Flames, you have this one guy that I'm alluding to, but I can't think of the name of his channel at the moment. There's a bunch of different channels who do like highlight videos of tournament matches and whatnot. FGC on YouTube, it covers all bases. You have people who just do like shoutcasts, if you will, over like FGC stuff. Like they do commentary over it after the fact. There's a bunch of different stuff out there. If you're looking to participate in the FGC, that you can start right now today. You can do that. If you want to review arcade sticks, if you want to do tutorials for video games, for FGC games or whatever, there's a niche for all of that. Theoretically, Darksydephil tried to cover a lot of that. I don't know if I'm not going to sit here and say he was the first one to start it, because he didn't. But he was certainly one of the first to actually kind of really get in there because of his, air quotes, FGC experience. And he decided to shat on those people and whatnot after they kicked him out, or after he walked himself out, or after they pushed hing out of the FGC, and he wanted to be bitter and use his YouTube fame, in air quotes, to get back at them. Instead of going to YouTube, continue to build his name up, and then try to go back and try to mend fences and try to build relationships with these people. There is no reason why during the Super Street Fighter 4 era, or the Street Fighter 4 era leading into Street Fighter 5, that Phil couldn't have used his influence, or at least his sizable count on YouTube, to actually build the connections with Hori, with Mad Cat, and with some of these game companies, especially Capcom in particular. And he may have not been an ambassador or anything like that, but he could certainly have been someone who could have been able to give his input into certain games, right? Because people like Seth Killian, I want to say Combo Fiend to an extent, but Seth Killian, Combo Fiend, Ultra David, these guys know who Phil is. You know what I'm saying? Maximilian, these guys know who Phil is. The problem is, though, is he's toxic as fuck. And he's not someone that you can do business with. Because first off, you have to deal with his reputation, which you can't. You really can't deal with something like that. And then on top of that, you don't know what kind of mindset he's going to have coming in. And that's the thing I think people have slept on over the years, even though Kiwi Farms is very quick to point that out, especially in some of those evening streams he starts to become more and more mentally unhinged as time goes on. But it's his mental state is questionable. It's questionable. And those 3 a.m., 4 a.m., 2 a.m. gen-fueled fucking tweets aren't helping. You know what I'm saying? It isn't helping. And even back then, back in the day, with some, in the 2010s, if you will, some of the rants that he had, it was him being mad just to be mad instead of trying to make a point. Right? That's really what it kind of came down to. In turn, no company wants that. I could literally go on a Capcom rant for like the next 15, 20 videos. And guess what? Someone's going to eventually want to reach out to me because they're going to want to talk to me sooner than later. Anybody can do that if your points are put together well. And if you come across as someone who's not pushing an agenda, moreover having concerns that you feel that need to be addressed, you can eventually get over it. Jesus Christ, if the quartering can get to where he's at, almost anybody can. Not to take a shot at Jeremy, but it is what it is. Speaking of which, he's in a situation right now where he apparently poked the wrong fucking hornet's nest, but we'll see how that plays out for him. But it's a thing, realistically, because companies are always looking for people to help them push their products and push their agenda. If you're somewhat knowledgeable, you can go far. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, here, I'm going to let the cat out the bag a little bit. I am happy to see I was very happy to see people really pick up and try to and really go at Phil's neck when it came to Street Fighter 30th anniversary. I was very, very happy about that. I was very happy for Goji Tanks. I was very happy for all those people who did well. Obviously, I've always been a fan of Evil AJ's FGC campaigns against Phil and whatnot. And one of the things that we should be appreciative of Evil AJ is, despite how many times he tore his ass down, he left something there for somebody else. That's something that you guys really can't deny. You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, I've been very happy to see how the Detractor FGC is starting to build up, if you will. I think, obviously, we'll have to see how that plays out because right now the census is that Phil's not going to go back to 30th anniversary. I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. And I think he will go back to it because he's going to need the scratches. He's going to need to get his Street Fighter niche eventually because it's the only thing it's one of the last bastions that keeps his confidence up. I think what it comes down to as well is Phil is following Kenny Omega, maybe not following him on Twitter, but he certainly follows his tweets. And there's still the rumblings about Street Fighter 6. And I think Phil will play that. And the reason why I think that, ladies and gentlemen, is... Sorry, I said this was going to be brief. But, man, that's brief with me. Axe milk and cookies. The reason why Phil is gonna actually pay attention to Street Fighter 6 is because he can't afford to miss another Street Fighter game. Street Fighter 5, for whatever you want to think of it, ladies and gentlemen, was very, very lucrative for a lot of people who came out of left field. That's funny. Came out of left field that Phil Burnell, that a lot of people didn't know. You're talking about, there's a lot of people, I'm not going to call them no names because that's not fair to say, but you had a lot of unknown players that won Capcom Cup who won $250,000 or more, who came out of nowhere. You know what I mean? And though I'm not saying Phil's going to do all that, but I'm saying Street Fighter 5 opened up a lot of opportunities for content creation, tournament play, streaming, all these things. And because Phil, for whatever reason, believed that Street Fighter 5 was supposed to be the second coming of Super Turbo, and it wasn't, why would they go back 25 fucking years? Why would they go backwards? Makes no sense to anybody. Why would they do that? He was incredibly disappointed. when Street Fighter 6 comes out, he's going to buy it. When it gets announced, he's going to buy it and he's going to play it because he realizes that he realizes how much of a financial mistake he made for his own fucking ego because he's a fucking idiot, right? And he's known for Street Fighter and it looks stupid that you're not playing it. That's why he played so much 30th anniversary. He still tried to get people to come in, right, and see him as this former pro fighting game player, but he didn't want to play Street Fighter 5. So he had to run the 30th anniversary. When Street Fighter 6 comes out, he's going to play it. I think even if he hates it, he's going to play it because he knows now, even though he's been told that since day one, that he ain't sat there and missed out on all those opportunities, all that money. Do you know how many times, at least as far as I know, I'm not on Twitch because I don't stream, but I hope to change that though in 2021. We'll see. Can't promise it'll be good, but we'll see. Do you know how many times Street Fighter 5 has been on the bounty board on Twitch? I wish Tevin had been let back on sooner because then he could verify, he could tell us. But Street Fighter 5 has come up on that bounty board for Twitch plenty times. Capcom has definitely, Twitch has definitely been in allegiance with, Street Fighter, with Capcom. Sorry. Capcom has been in allegiance with Twitch for a very, very long time, and they will continue to moving forward. The reason why is, did any of you guys hear about the situation with SQC and his dumbass getting fucking cheating at that Twitch rivalry tournament for fucking Fall Guys, which is stupid that you would cheat at Fall Guys anyway, and led to his 6-month ban. The Twitch rival situation and then that new tournament platform that Twitch is trying to build is a real thing. If any of you guys listen to Devin Nash, and I've promoted him, not that he needs to be promoted, he's great on his own, but I advocate for people to watch him because from a business standpoint, he is very in tune to what's going on Twitch, and he gives very great advice. If you get a chance to tune into his Twitch streams, just chat. He talks about different business aspects. He talks about a lot of stuff, and he breaks it down in a very common sense type manner. It's very good shit. I plan to go over some of those videos. Like I said, maybe I'll do it on that third channel or whatever, where I'll just talk about random shit. But he talks about some very, very insightful shit if you guys want to know a little bit about Twitch and how the business works. That situation with Twitch rivals, right, in this new type of platform feature that they're trying to do for tournaments is going to be big. And Capcom's going to want to be there for that. And so I think, as it pertains to Twitch rivals, which, Twitch streamers can join in on that stuff. It's not just the big name guys. People can join in on it. But mainly it's big name guys. For Street Fighter, that's going to be a thing. And there's cash prizes in that shit. And more importantly than there's cash prizes, ladies and gentlemen, is there's exposure. There's exposure to a wider audience on Twitch when it comes to certain shit. And it's beneficial for all content creators who participate in those tournaments. Phil's going to probably want to get in on that. He kind of needs to be honest. But he's going to want to get in on that. And he's going to only want to do it in a game that he feels that he can be successful in. That's Street Fighter. In honesty, Phil can't go another 6 years. Well, not 6. He can't go another, let's say, 3 to 5 years missing another Street Fighter. He can't do it. The Detractor FGC has got him so worn out on 30th anniversary that he can't really afford to go another 3 to 5 years like that. He has to do something different. And to be honest with you, this new Street Fighter is his way in. At least I think. And especially if he can get in on the ground floor and if he can stay doing it. And that's what's going to fuck him. Because he's not going to play Street Fighter 3 to 5 days a week. He's not even going to play it 3 days a week. He may do 2, but he's not going to do it 3 to 5 days. And if online Street Fighter has shown us anything, or the online FGC, I should say, has taught us anything, these guys are devoted. These guys are dedicated. These guys are disciplined. And so he goes on Monday. He has a good session. If he don't come back on till the following Monday, he's going to be in a world of hurt. And it's nobody's fault but his own. So this is something that I want you guys to think about around the time Street Fighter 6 comes around, and the kind of buzz that the FGC is going to have, and how you have Xavier, you have Kenny, you have a lot of these wrestlers, you have AJ, you have a lot of these AJ Styles. I mean, you have a lot of these wrestlers who are FGC heads as well, who are going to be pushing the agenda heavy on Twitter, right? And Phil's going to want in. He's going to want in. So this is something that I'd like you guys to think about in the upcoming year, maybe 2, maybe 3, for Capcom, and how closely Phil's going to watch all this. And if Phil has anybody from his little fan base or his little cult listening, you need to let Phil know that. He can't afford to miss another Street Fighter. He can't.
And by the way, just so everyone knows, because some people asked when I first showed this, the start and select buttons are on top, and they do that on purpose because they don't want you to accidentally hit those during a tournament match. And also there is cord storage on the top. This cord's a very long cord, actually wraps up and goes inside of the joystick. So when you're traveling, this cord is not loose all over the place. It actually is stored inside the joystick. I'm going to give this stick a 4. And the only reason I give it a 4, excuse me, is because I've still seen some problems with these, which I know sounds odd, but I've seen people mashing. So what I mean by mashing is there's a move in a game where you have to press buttons or the joystick for additional hits. I've seen these joysticks malfunction and still pause and do things during a match, so it's still possible that that could happen. So I have to give it a 4. It's not perfect. I still stand by the statement that if you make a custom stick, that's how you're going to make the perfect joystick, because you get to pick your parts, pick the coloration of your parts, pick the artwork, everything. You know, this stick is great, but for $140, I would wish that I could get my own art. I would wish that I could not get the fucking stupid Xbox colored buttons. And even on the PS3, most of these buttons are grayish. And it's like, I don't want gray buttons. What if I want, you know, a different color? Why am I limited to what they made the buttons the color of? You know, if I'm paying that big time kind of money, I want to be able to get what I want custom. So, you know, I think that these joysticks for the price.
If you want a custom arcade stick, you're going to pay $200 plus. You're getting something that is the industry standard. This is something that you start off with. Yes, it's $150, but this is what the entry level arcade stick is basically going for. This is what you start off with. If you really are planning on investing into online fighting games or even the tournament scene, you're going to start off with this, and then you're going to either reach out to commission an arcade stick to be built for you, or you're going to build one on your own. And making the perfect stick is beyond the aesthetics. It's also its functionality. How much pressure can you put on the buttons without it malfunctioning or causing anything else on the arcade stick to malfunction? How durable is the stick and the buttons going to be in the long term? Are you going to be able to go through a tournament season, or are you going to be like most pros who have to switch out an arcade stick almost every tournament? Stuff like that. These are things that you have to think about. Those tournaments get grueling. And you're talking about in the span of a couple of months, and I'm talking about practice as well. And practice, I should say. You could drum up hundreds of matches just from tournament to tournament, or in between tournaments. Just practicing. And then you got your tournaments yourselves, you got money matches. Are you allowing other people to borrow your arcade stick so they can play their matches? That shit drums up. That shit racks up very, very fast. And these are things that you have to take into account going into this. So that's just my advice.
$140, you're going to get what you pay for, I think a really nice custom joystick. You pay $200 for it, but it's going to last you 5 years, and it's got custom stuff on it, artwork, your own color and things like that, logos and stuff. I think that's worth a lot more. So anyway, as a retail bought joystick out of the box, I give this Hori Tournament Edition Arcade Fight Stick S a 4 out of 5. Stay tuned because I will be doing another DSP Tries It with the Samitsu sticks to explain the comparison between the two. So, anyway, this has been another episode of DSP Tries It, and I hope you enjoyed it.
DSP Tries It.
What is up? It is DSP with another episode of DSP Tries It, and following along with the episode that I recently did covering a Sanwa joystick, this one is a Samitsu joystick, and what that means is it has the competing version of control style from Japanese controls, and this has all Samitsu joystick and also Samitsu buttons. So what I want to do primarily here is explain the difference between Sanwa and Samitsu, give a little bit of my opinion about the two, which I think is better in my opinion, and then give this joystick an overall rating itself. Excuse me. First of all, this is a stick made by Hori. It is the Real Arcade Pro EX SE, and the SE stands for Samitsu, actually. Well, actually, they say Special Edition, but that's bullshit. It's really supposed to be for Samitsu. And first of all, Samitsu sticks. You're going to notice right off the bat when I move this stick around, it sounds different from a Sanwa. You can usually tell a Samitsu stick from the very high-pitched clicking. It almost sounds a little bit hollow, like there's, you know, hear what I hear? Almost something's an echo inside of the stick. Samitsu sticks are two things. They are a little bit looser than a Sanwa stick, meaning it's a little bit less resistance to move this stick around. I think I described it in the Sanwa stick review. It's almost like moving this around in air. There's not that much resistance, but at the same time, it feels like there is a slightly larger distance to get this thing to go to an extreme direction. So with the Sanwa click, you're already there. Here in Samitsu, it's like, oh, now you're there. So it's a very minute difference. It's not giant, don't get me wrong, but it still does feel like there is a difference. One of the things I like about the Samitsu joystick is that it's a lot, since it is a lighter stick, there's less resistance, it's easier for that stick to revert to neutral. So if I'm going to be just standing still and all of a sudden, or if I'm walking forward and then all of a sudden someone jumps at me and I'm Ryu or Ken and I need to do a dragon punch, I release the joystick and then go down, forward, press punch, and I usually get a dragon punch because it easily reverts to neutral. With the Sanwa
because of the
stick,
fact that it easily reverts to neutral, though, he's already making a mistake. Instead of going for Dragon Punch, which is his first reaction because he's a fucking idiot, he should literally let them jump at him, right? And he's already moving forward, and just hit standing medium, or hit standard fierce, if you will, which will more than likely just snuff that move out of the air anyway. Or if there's still some distance between him and his opponent as they're jumping, he could literally just go ahead and keep moving forward, or he could just stop, if you will, depending on the distance, and hit medium kick. And that right there will jab them out the air. Because you got to think, if they're jumping at him, they're doing the action, or they're already executing the action as they're either going up or when they hit the arch. So that means they're already within their active frame. So as they're coming down, they've lost essentially some of their invincibility, which is why, since he's on the ground, he should go ahead and use a normal to snuff it out. And he never does that for some reason. And which is one of the reasons why he gets crossed up so goddamn easily. And I don't know, that's one of those things that he should know. You can't just keep running to Dragon Punch. You know what I'm saying? You have normals. Use them. Because once someone figures out how they can someone figures out either it's an execution flaw on your part, or they can beat your Dragon Punch out, they'll just keep doing the same thing over and over, and they'll just vary the distances to make sure they get the hit and they can follow up. That's just my opinion, of course.
A little bit harder to get it to revert to neutral if you need it to on the fly. And that's probably because it has a little bit more resistance to the stick. But at the same time, I actually find it pretty difficult for me, and this is just for me, compared to a Sanwa stick, to do something like a command throw with full 360, like Zangief, spinning pile driver, because for me it feels like it's a greater distance to have to do that motion on this stick because it's a looser stick, and like I said, it seems like there is a little bit more distance to hit those extreme directions, so I technically have to do the motion a little bit faster on this stick than I'd have to do it on the Sanwa, and I usually fuck that up. So personally, it's all on you. What do you feel like is the better stick choice for your competition? Personally, I recommend you sit down with both because I've played on both, and I found that once you get accustomed to either stick, both of them are fine for tournament standards. If you have a certain game plan that you like to do, like for example, if I were going to play Shotos like Ryu and Ken and Akuma all the time, I might actually opt for a Samitsu stick over a Sanwa. But if I were going to pick other characters, I might opt for the Sanwa. So it all depends on your playing style. Now let's talk about the Samitsu buttons. Samitsu buttons are a little bit different than Sanwa buttons, okay? Now remember, when I said with Sanwa buttons, I said they're very, very low to the stick, very contoured to the stick, unlike American buttons that are chunky. Well, these Samitsu buttons, even though they are low to the stick, they're a little bit higher than Sanwa buttons. In fact, I'd say they're in between an American button and a Sanwa button. And I like to call these a plunger style, because as you hear, it's not a click sound you get when you press these. Remember with the sound it was click, click, click? Here you get like a plunge, plunge, plunge. It's almost like a plunger going into a cylinder. That's what it feels like when you push these buttons. And so, even though you might not get as fast as a reaction as you get from a Sanwa, in my opinion, it's really such a negligible difference. It doesn't make that much of a difference. And for me, when I push a button like this, like for example, if I were playing with Zangief, okay, or Zangief, however you want to pronounce it, and I want to do a spinning clothesline. When I do it on here, I feel like I did it with authority. I can feel the buttons plunging into the stick, and I can tell that I did it properly. When I did it on a Sanwa, I might be a little bit questioning of myself because it's such a minute amount of force that's needed to push those buttons. I might say, shit, I accidentally pushed one of the buttons earlier than the other two, and that's why my spinning clothesline didn't come up. But on this, I know I pushed all three of those buttons at the same time because they're plungers, they have the same amount of resistance, and really
but then again, with that being said, he doesn't have to hit it with that authority. He's doing it because he's listening for the cue, like that audio cue that we spoke about earlier a little bit. But I feel like if you go off of the feel, you'll get the same result without the audio cue that your opponent may be listening out for. You know what I'm saying? So that click, 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 click sound, you can't really avoid it. You know what I'm saying? Unless you're, there is a thing that I forgot to mention that people used to do where they would purposely tap their buttons in between matches to make people think a move would come out and nothing would actually come out. They would just see if the person was trying to sound whore them. And this right here, I think I'm pretty confident that you can still hit the button, just not with all the authority, if you will. Get the same response from the button without all of the noise, which yet again goes back to the psychology, if you will, when it comes to fighting games in general, without giving yourself away. I mean, yet again, yeah, I understand him trying to go for the sound, but it's also about the feel too. You know what I'm saying? But that's just my opinion, of course.
When you're doing combos and things, you can feel assured that you confirmed your hits by pushing down these plunging buttons. Some people have actually told me they do prefer the Samitsu buttons, and I can understand that. If you're playing with a character who's a character who relies a lot on having confident combos, on making sure that you're doing hit confirms, and if you accidentally, I threw out that button by accident, this might be the stick for you, because to be completely honest, the Sanwa buttons, even though they have the better reaction time in my opinion, they can get a little bit touchy. Like, you could be going for a combo, right? Or you could be buffering a move. Let's say you're buffering a super. You have a Ryu, and you're buffering a super fireball. You're waiting for your opponent to throw a fireball so you can blow through it with your own super. You could be buffering, and on here, you'll be buffering, and then you're fine. On a Sanwa, you might accidentally be buffering, and oops, it activates, and you're like, what the fuck? I swear to God I didn't push that button. But the Sunspot buttons are that touchy that even if you're kind of like...
Listen to the excuses, because this is very, very important to what we see, or what we have seen, from 30th anniversary. Think about that. And think about how over the years, right, he's been more and more touchy and more eager to press buttons. So this idiot right here is sitting here instinctively buffering moves and getting his supers to come out, or getting EX moves to come out that he didn't want to, because he's already regimented himself to do it. But then he blaming it on lag. He's saying inputs dropped. He's saying that he's coming up with all the excuses in the book. And at the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, it comes back down to human error. It's almost always human error that ends up causing some of these issues. The majority of these issues, to be honest. It all comes back down to him.
Just gently tapping the top, hovering above.
More often than not. Matter of fact, recently, actually during the Thanksgiving thing, he had a hiccup with his internet. You guys saw it, right? Like, I mean, if you guys saw the thing, you know what I'm talking about. Because LSB did one, Tevin did one, James Lester did one. I think those are the only three that I know so far. But there was a hiccup a little bit there where he actually had like a situation with his internet, right? It kind of came in, it affected it for a little bit, and it left. Now, that's not uncommon. It's just that was more pronounced than usual. Now, think about all the times he complained about lag during Street Fighter. It may have not have been, more than likely it wasn't the other guy's fault. At least not all the time.
Accidentally activate it. And that is the downfall of the Sunspot button, in my opinion. So I think the Sunspot button, you have to play on it a lot. You have to get a lot of experience on it to make sure you don't get accidental inputs. The Samitsu will probably be a little bit easier for the beginner because they are they're similar to American buttons, where you definitely need to basically hit the button hard to confirm what you're doing. So there's trade-off, there's pros and cons. Obviously, if you need to push it a little bit harder, you need to make sure that, I'm sure that I pushed the button. Well, maybe you're not going to get as fast of a reaction time as you wanted without significant amount of practicing. So it's all up to your own play style and what you prefer and what you think is the better stick. Now, in my opinion, if you just want me to compare this joystick, this Hori EXSE joystick, to the previous joystick that I reviewed, which was the Mad Catz Tournament Edition SE. Well, number one, as you can see, this does not have any artwork. It's a black top.
Speaking of which, at least for me anyway, I prefer a Hori over a Mad Catz, like almost all day. And I haven't had nearly as many problems with Mad Catz as most people have. Like, there's horror stories about that shit, especially with the their 6-button fight sticks that they used to have, or their 6-button fight pads. Sorry, like low tier guys notorious for using those things. A lot of guys have. Snake Eyes was a big fan of those things. There's a lot of guys who use those things. They had a pretty high failure rate, to be honest. But as it pertains to their arcade sticks, at least the ones that I own, I haven't had. Yes, I still own it. It is for business purposes, well, recreational purposes for me, but for business purposes for him. I haven't had the issues or the failure rates that most people have had. But for Hori, I've had no problems with any of the Horis that I've ever owned, and that I still own. I've never had any issues. Never. They've always been hella dependable. And then this model right here that you see, which is one that is really big in the Tekken community as well, for Hori sticks, is probably the best. I mean, Street Fighter too, but Street Fighter as well, I should say. But certainly in the Tekken community, in Soul Calibur, you see this make and model in particular, or at least its overall model. I think it's a great stick. To be honest with you, I think it's a great stick. I think it has the weight, it has the sturdiness, it has the reliability. It's fully, like I said, its customization is top notch. It's very easy to get in there. It's very easy it's easy enough to get in, do the work that you need to do if you know what you're doing, and then put it back together with little to no problem. I think it's It's by far the type of arcade stick that will last you multiple years. And as the technology for buttons and, well, for arcade sticks change, I feel like they made these type of sticks that will be able to evolve with those times. And because the chassis is so big, if you will, and it allows you to really go in there and move things around and so on and so forth. So just something to think about. You have a lot of custom stick makers. It was really big on eBay too back in the day, who would purposely buy a bunch of those type of Hori sticks, hollow them out, and resell the parts, and then put their own parts in, custom artwork or whatever, and re-put them out for the Street Fighter community. They made really good money. They made very, very good money doing that. So that's just my opinion on it. That's the way I see it. Been a big fan of Hori. So by far, if anybody was looking to invest in at least a fight stick, I would almost always recommend a Hori. By far.
I did mention that a previous Hori stick for the PlayStation 2 had a metallic top where you can get fingerprints all over it. This isn't as bad, but it is a little bit bad because I can see right now, you might not be able to see it on the camera, but I can see fingerprints down here and up here because it is a shiny type of top. So that is a little bit of a bummer that you can see fingerprints all over the thing. The other thing is, it doesn't have all the adjustments that Hori stick had. I'm sorry, that Mad Cat stick had, excuse me. For example, up here, as you can see, it doesn't have any turbo adjustments or anything like that. It does, in its favor, it does have the microphone jack, okay? But the Xbox 360 joysticks for Mad Cats also have a microphone jack at the bottom. So it's really nothing added. It's just like they moved the microphone jack from the bottom up here and there's no turbos. Now keep in mind, though, that the turbos are not allowed in tournament play anyway. So, you know, if you learn to use them at home, it might be a detriment to you if you ever go to a tournament and then realize you can't use the turbos. So, are the turbos a nice thing to have? Sure. Usually, if you're not playing a Street Fighter game is when you use the turbos anyway. But if you're using this as a competitive stick, it's really not that big of a deal. But the one complaint that I do have about this stick, and you're actually going to see it right off the bat because it's pretty funny that this happened. The cord on this joystick is not very long. It's only about maybe, I don't know, 6 feet, I want to say, as opposed to, like, I think the cord on the Mad Cat stick is 10 to 12 feet, which is very good and very long. The problem with this stick, number one, you can't store the cord inside like you can with the Mad Cat stick, and number two, because the cord is shorter, thank God for the Xbox 360 having a breakaway cord, because as you can see, what happened to me on this one was I was unplugging it, and the cord was so short, I pulled it by accident, and I yanked it, and the end came off. Now there's the end that you put on there, and that has a USB cable that you plug into your 360, but I really, really wish that the cords for the Hori sticks, that number one, they were longer, and number two, they had some storage solution, because they really don't. Usually you end up having to get like some kind of a rubber band or something to wrap up the cord in order to store it, which is a bummer, having a cord that's external to your stick flapping around, when on the flip side you could buy a Hori stick where the cord gets stored inside and it's not as much of a mess. So overall, how do I rate this?
Yet again, that's another thing you see with Phil a lot too, is he just, either he's clumsy or well, obviously he has anger issues, and he's said that on his own, so that is what that is. That's confirmed. He just doesn't know how to treat shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, which just goes to show, and is one of the overarching aspects of his personality, is that he doesn't respect anything. Even when he spends his own money on it. That's why so many things that he buys gets broken. Like, for example, that thing with the cord. I mean, it's a small thing, it's a minute thing, but he must have tried to yank that thing out of there for that issue to happen. That shouldn't be a thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's an appreciation thing at the end of the day. If you feel that the world owes you, then you're going to treat the world, the people within the world, and the things obviously within the world any way you fucking feel. Whereas if you appreciate it, you tend to take care of your stuff, man. And that's something that we learn through childhood. And especially as you grow up, you get a job, you start buying your own shit, you really start to. Like, I mean, granted, You know what I'm saying? When your parents are buying you stuff as a kid, you're a kid. As you get older, you learn how to appreciate stuff, and your parents see that you respect that, so they buy you nicer stuff, so on and so forth. And then as you become, you start making your own money and so on and so forth, you really learn how to appreciate shit. And then that leads into adulthood. But Phil never learned that lesson. Or he just chooses to avoid it. And that's why a lot of stuff that he may use one day and he doesn't use another day, that explains a lot of it. Perfect example. I'm watching a Mighty D video not too long ago. Big ups to Mighty D. And it was going over the old, what was, I think that wasn't that a Hori controller he was using for the Switch? It might have been Hori, but he was using some type of controller for a Switch that a fan bought for him. And he broke the thing, or he said it was broken like the first or second day he got it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, after leaving it on the patio for like hours on end, when he finally decided to get off his goddamn ass and go down there and get it, he damn near broke the controller. Like the first or the second day that he had it. Yet again, he didn't spend the money on it, so he doesn't give a shit. And if it breaks, it breaks. Remember, he was the one who asked for it though, and put it on the Amazon wish list. This is what he asked for. So what are you upset about? You know what I'm saying? Why are you upset about anything, being that it was free, essentially? Or he could have kicked up the $14, no, it was like $17, I guess. $17 to $20 to buy it yourself. You chose not to. You went ahead and wanted to ask people to do it, get it for you, and they did. And then bitched and complained about the damn thing being broken. It's, yet again, it's just his lack of appreciation for stuff. Which is weird because, I mean, it's weird, but then it's not too far off the mark. You have an Amazon wish list, you want people to purchase stuff there for you, but if you've seen his history with his Amazon wish list, especially over the last year or so, maybe even a little longer, and you see how he has treated some of the items that he's received from this list, it makes you wonder why people would buy anything for him. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. That's like, if, you know what I'm saying, like, why would people allow themselves to be spat on and have their money taken for granted just because this guy feels like it? He doesn't have any qualms about it. Look at what he does to his own stuff. That right there in itself should be enough of a reason for you not to invest any money in anything this idiot's doing. It just seems like a bad idea, you know? But what are you going to do?
I think that the Samitsu controls are still perfectly viable controls. I don't think there's anything wrong with them. Like I said, I think it's really a difference between personal preferences. I think each version of Sanwa and Samitsu have pros and cons. So for me, I would have to say this joystick I rated a 3.5, and the only reason it gets a 3.5, a little bit lower than the Mad Catz, is the cord issues. The cord's shorter, and it doesn't have any built-in storage. I think it should have both of those things. So, alright, that is it for this episode of DSP Tries It. This will wrap it up so far for the joystick reviews. I just wanted to get a Sanwa stick and a Samitsu stick out of the way, because a lot of people had questions about the difference between the controls and what I found after playing with them, and now you have that knowledge, so hopefully that'll help you to make your decision if you're going to buy a joystick or maybe order custom parts for your own joystick. I hope to do more DSP Tries This in the future that aren't food, and that's exactly what I've been trying to do, so I hope that you're enjoying the variety. I'm going to keep doing this kind of thing, but not to say that I'm going to stop doing food and drinks and things like that, but I do want to mix it up a little bit, so I'm going to try that in the future. Alright, thanks.
DSP Tries It.
What is up, everyone? It's DSP, and we've come full circle. And the reason I say that is because I believe the first video, no, actually it might have been the second DSP Tries It video that I had ever tried, was the BK Big Breakfast. And the reason I had done that one was because it was brand new at the time. They were advertising it all over TV. Well, ever since I did that one, I've actually been asked to do the same thing for McDonald's, because people want to see a comparison between the two. They want to know between the two which is the best one. So here we are. This is exactly the same thing from McDonald's. I'm not even sure what McDonald's calls it. I just asked for like the big breakfast meal when I got there. Again, I want to emphasize with everyone that this video series is for review purposes only. I'm not necessarily going to eat this entire breakfast, especially since the BK breakfast kind of grossed me out.
The way he's salivating, it makes you think otherwise, doesn't it? Jesus Christ. I just went in there and asked for the big breakfast. You know what I'm saying? I didn't even know what it was called, what it really was. And to be honest, he's gonna finish this. I don't think there's a DSP tries it that he hasn't done that he didn't finish off. He can bitch and complain all he wants to make it seem like he's above it, but in actuality, he's gonna finish it just like everything else.
I doubt I'm going to eat this entire breakfast from McDonald's, but anyway. It's got the exact same things that the Burger King breakfast had. The one major difference that I notice is that the egg does not even attempt to look like a real scrambled egg. You can tell this is a tube-style egg, meaning it's like, you know, whatever egg it is that they use, they throw it on the grill, they cook it, and they chop it up into sections. And so this doesn't even look like any kind of a normal scrambled egg. It looks pretty odd, to be honest with you. 3 pancakes, you get your biscuit, your sausage patty, and a hash brown. For the purposes of taste, I am not going to add butter or syrup to the pancakes. I just want to taste them raw. But first we'll start off with what I started off with, I believe, with the Burger King breakfast, which was the eggs. Let's see what this tastes like. Now, a lot of people have said, gee, Phil, why don't you aim the camera at yourself so we can see you eating? And my answer is this, because that's fucking disgusting. No one wants to see me chewing breakfast at 6:17 in the morning. So, that's nasty, and no, I'm not going to do it. The immediate difference I can tell you in the eggs is that these McDonald's eggs taste very bland. And that might be a good thing, because if you remember, the Burger King eggs had a nasty aftertaste. They tasted like they had salt and sugar in them, but they had this really bad aftertaste. These don't have any aftertaste. They just taste like a normal, bland scrambled egg. You know, almost as if someone had blended the yolk and the white together. This really does taste like a real scrambled egg, even though it looks disgusting. I have to say that's actually better than Burger King scrambled eggs. It doesn't have a disgusting aftertaste. Let's try the sausage. Actually, I'm not going to be able to cut that sausage. Let's just take a bite out of here. Let's see what this is like. I'm sure this is... Oh, my God. I can see the grease. Oh, my God. Look at that grease. Oh, my God. I'm going to take one small bite. Oh. Oh, my God. That is disgustingly fatty. Just like the Burger King sausage patty. It's so fucking fatty. Oh my God. So that is horrible for you. Oh, all I could taste is like grease. Oh, it's disgusting. Let's actually take a bite of the hash brown as well. Oh my God. That is so fucking greasy. Oh, I wish I had a picture. I threw out the napkin. The hash brown was inadvertently laying against the napkins in my bag. And when I pulled the napkins out of my bag, they were soaked. I mean, really just disgustingly soaked in grease. So, the sausage and hash brown are absolutely disgusting. Soaked in grease. I mean, do they have flavor? Absolutely. But oh my, I can even feel it burning my throat. There's so much grease in it. I actually feel it going down my throat right now from swallowing it. Oh, that is so bad for you. Now let's try the McDonald's pancakes and compare these with the Burger King, because if you remember, the Burger King were really sweet. They almost tasted like a sweet, sweet muffin. I'm curious to see what the flavor of the McDonald's pancake is compared to the Burger King. Whoops. There we go. I'm going to be honest with you. The McDonald's pancake is very bland. There's almost no flavor to it at all. This is like the definition of factory food. Nothing on this plate is natural. Everything has been fully processed in a factory. Probably has 100 chemicals in it to preserve it so that they could sell it as a breakfast. The only thing I have not tried at this point is the biscuit. Let's take a bite of that. Let's see what that's like. Oh boy.
You know, the ASMR fucking sound effects and everything wouldn't be as disgusting if he would just go ahead and record himself instead of like having to hold the camera while you eat. It just seems unnecessary. But see, he can't think that far ahead, so it is what it is. Ugh. I mean, the breakfast doesn't look terrible. Honestly, this isn't nothing that he couldn't make on his own. He's just lazy as fuck. That's really what it comes down to. This is not anything that he couldn't put together.
Okay. I can tell you right now, the biscuit's the best part of this breakfast. The biscuit is actually very buttery. If you remember when I talked about the Burger King biscuit, I said the major problem with it is that it was not buttery at all. This is very buttery. It's a delicious biscuit. In fact, I kind of want to go back and just eat that biscuit, and that's it. So overall, how do I rate this breakfast? Oh boy. Bland eggs, although they do not have the nasty aftertaste that the Burger King eggs had. So that is a plus. Revoltingly fatty sausage and hash browns, although the same can be said about Burger King. Pancakes, which are extremely bland, but a biscuit that's actually buttery and tasty. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to say, comparing the two, I think I actually like the Burger King breakfast better, and here's why. The pancakes were tasty like a muffin, very sweet. The eggs, although they had a nasty aftertaste, actually tasted good on the way down. And the hash browns of Burger King are seasoned better than the hash browns of McDonald's. They really are. The sausage is like a draw because the sausage is pretty fucking nasty no matter where you get it. The biscuit, although it's better at McDonald's, I don't think it's enough to pull the whole breakfast together. Right now, all I really want to do is eat the biscuit, and that's it. And that's not good enough for me. That's, I just went and spent $4.79, $5, whatever it was. I don't want to spend $5 on a biscuit. I kind of wish I bought something else right now. So, unfortunately, I'm going to have to give the McDonald's, whatever this is called, the giant breakfast platter, a 2. It fills you up. Absolutely, and it's actually cheaper than Burger King's, but it's pretty nasty. It's pretty bland and flavorless, and for what it is, the only thing that's really tasty is the biscuit. So unfortunately, it gets a 2. That's sad. I really did think that the McDonald's was going to be better than Burger King, but it's not. It's actually worse. Blah. So anyway, this is DSP with another DSP Tries It.
DSP tries it.
What's up? It's DSP, and this is something a lot of people have actually asked me to do since Domino's has now announced that they have new pizza that's newly redone with different cheese, different ingredients, improved crust, and improved sauce. So this is Domino's, and this is just cheesy bread. Cheesy bread is cheesy bread. I'm not going to show you that, but what we basically have here is they have a deal right now that you can buy 3 medium pizzas with any toppings, unlimited, for $7 each. So I did it. One of them I actually got a 6-topping pizza. The other 2 I got were specialty pizzas. One's the Honolulu Hawaiian, which I've never had. And the other one's a Wisconsin 6 cheese, which is actually their new pizza. So what I'm actually going to do here, I'm going to take a slice of each of these 3.
Is this the episode where he sat down and filmed himself eating like 1 or 2 slices of each pizza? Dude bought 3 fucking pizzas to sit there and eat on his own. Oh boy. Oh boy. Also, as I was talking about, as it also pertains to arcade sticks, really, really fast, and I should have did this a couple segments ago, but I had to look it up. For mass sticks or moss sticks, excuse me, apparently, well, at least one of the guys, okay, it doesn't look like they make them anymore. You can still find some on eBay, but it doesn't necessarily look like they still make them per se. I don't know. Let me continue to do some research. So right now, let's just put to be continued on that. But somebody this year, actually September 3rd of 2020, actually did a YouTube video on it. Actually called Scanline City is the name of the YouTube channel. And they did a 10-minute, 43-second video on mass/moss sticks and its history and so on and so forth. I'm anxious. I have to watch it, and I want to see what they say afterwards because they, as it pertains to the FGC, especially really heavily in the Marvel community, and I guess in all fighting game communities really, but the Marvel community especially, this stick was absolutely legendary. Like Hori and Mad Cat, for the longest time, was really competing with mass sticks or moss sticks, whatever, for the longest time because it was like a homegrown type situation, and anybody who was serious would invest money in it. It cost you about $150, $200 if you will to get it, but you're getting a very well made piece of equipment. Obviously, it's made by the order. Things get messed up and so on and so forth. You can ship it back and you can get repairs or whatever. But we'll let me watch this guy's video. Let's see what's what. And there is an SRK forum or thread, I should say, where it was. I think it's back in like 2018. They asked if hey, is mass sticks/moss sticks did they go out of business? And I think the last time I read it, they said no. They didn't go out of business or anything. But let me look into that, see what's what, because that's a really big piece of FGC history, if it does exist. And that's something that I'd at least like to share with people. So we'll see where that goes.
Pizza and try it out and let you know what I think, to see if they've improved it. This is their regular style pizza here. Now this has 6 ingredients. This is, I believe, bacon, ham, pepperoni, mushroom, green pepper, and roasted red pepper. So we'll grab a slice of that. There we've got the Honolulu Hawaiian, which I've never tried before. Now the Honolulu Hawaiian has pineapple, ham, and actually I screwed up on this one. It has beef, not ham. This one has pineapple, ham, some special cheeses, bacon, and roasted red pepper. So we'll try a slice of that. This is all on their standard new crust, supposedly, which I guess is supposed to have a garlic flavoring to it from what I've read and heard. And then finally we've got the new pizza that just came out. Box is not closing. The Wisconsin 6 cheese. Which, whoa.
So instead of closing it, we just give up on it. Jesus Christ, Phil. You're such a quitter. You're such a quitter.
The delivery guy bumbled that one because it looks like it's falling off. It's supposed to have 6 different kinds of cheese. I believe it's like provolone, Asiago, cheddar, regular American, maybe 1 or 2 others. So let's grab a slice of that too. And I will let you know what I feel about all 3 of these. And I'll let you know if I think that this has really been improved from the previous Dominoes or not. I'll be honest with you, I hated the old Dominoes, and I've said this about this many times in my videos. I thought the quality was awful. Basically, it was like cardboard, and the only reason I would think people would ever buy it is because it was cheap. It was basically, they used to have a 5-5-5 deal where you could get 3 medium pizzas with 1 topping for $5 each. Now think about that. $5 each for a pizza, a medium pizza. You could probably eat that 3-4 meals. So you're talking 3 to 4 meals for $15, less than $5 a meal. You know, people thought, oh, this is a real cheap way to, you know, to have dinner. And that was the main reason why people would be ordering Domino's, because they didn't want to spend a lot of money on their food. So hold on a second, let me set up here. And we'll try this out, and we'll see how I feel about these 3 different pizzas. I'll try a slice of each right now. I'm not going to necessarily eat the entire slice, but just taste it. I'll let you know what I think. And this is cool. Watch this. Everyone loves this table because you can bring it up, and it's like a dinner table right here at your waist height. Got my drink. Alright, so let me just make sure the camera's aligned with that table. It is. And so, I'm going to review the 3 pizzas here. Well, actually, I'll just review overall. I'm not going to give each pizza an individual review, but I'll let you know what I think my review is. So, first of all, we've got the Wisconsin 6 cheese. Let's take a bite of that. It's supposed to be just cheese, basically, and sauce, and the new crust. It's definitely very cheesy. The sauce is a little bit.
You know, it's funny.
To it.
People joke about Wings, how he eats like a dog. I find that to be slightly insulting, to be honest with you. But how Wings eats like a dog, like it's like chew, chew, swallow, and whatnot. Darkseid feels like that too. He very much eats like a dog too, which yet again I find insulting. That that it's just, I don't even know how you guys are actually even tasting your food more than you guys are just looking to devour it. Wings does it worse though, like so much worse. Like it's literally like lately. Well, he just came back from a ban, actually, but before that he was ordering Chick-fil-A, a lot of it, to be honest. And if you've ever seen him eat it, dude, it's just literally bite into it, 2 chews, maybe 3, done. And I'm done. And it's just like, Jesus Christ, Wings, like, slow down. Like, you're not in any hurry. But then again, it looks like Wings put the weight back on. That's just my honest opinion. That's exactly what the fuck it looks like. It looks like he put the weight back on. Which is a shame. I don't think he's fully back to where he was pre-surgery, but he's getting up there. Like, he's looking pretty goddamn wide. Excuse me. So that's a thing. That's pretty tragic. Oh well, we'll go over it eventually.
It's a little different than the older sauce. The sauce has a little bit of a spice to it. It's not spicy, meaning it's not hot, but it actually has a little bit more flavor than it used to. It used to be a blander sauce. This is interesting. This is pretty good for a cheese pizza. Of course, keep in mind, this isn't on their menu as a cheese pizza. It's the Wisconsin 6 cheese, which they consider a specialty pizza, which is expensive. I'm actually going to take a bite of the crust, see what the difference is. Tastes pretty bland to me, that crust. I didn't really taste any garlic or anything on that. So let's try the next one. This was the custom pizza I made with the 6 toppings. So it's pepperoni, beef, bacon, green peppers, red peppers, and mushrooms. Let's take a bite of this guy. I have to say, I'm liking the sauce. The sauce is definitely improved. It tastes a lot better than the old sauce. I'm going to also take a bite of the crust on this one and see if I can get any different flavor. Okay. This crust does taste different. It's buttery. The crust is buttery with a hint of garlic. And
So, wait a second. This all came from the same place. He didn't like Domino's back in the day because it was all cheap pizza. What he ordered is still cheap, but whatever, if you will. We eat the first one, the specialty pizza, the 6 cheese. Oh, I don't taste anything from the crust. The one that he customized, oh, now all of a sudden we're catching all the flavor. We're catching all of it, even though it was made the exact same way as the rest of them, or at least from the crust standpoint. But now he actually tastes the flavor, right? Savor the flavor, you know, because it's the one that he made. If he had done the 2 standard or the 2 specialty pizzas, then his own, he would have bigged up his the one that he customized over the other ones. It's just how his mind works. It's just how his mind works. It's hilarious.
If you like butter and garlic, that's a good thing, but if you don't like garlic, you're pretty much screwed. I mean, how would you order a Domino's pizza if all their crust now has garlic on it? So that's kind of weird. Alright, finally I'm going to try this Honolulu Hawaiian, which I've never had this before. A Hawaiian pizza with pineapple and such on it. Interesting. I like the ham. The sliced ham is pretty tasty. I'm going to try to bite now.
Cannibalism. Absolute cannibalism.
Didn't get a pineapple on that one. I'm going to tell you right now, my opinion, out of the 3, I think the Hawaiian's the best one. The ham, the pineapple makes it different tasting than standard pizza, which is pretty good.
It's called sweet and savory. That right there was a hell of a screenshot. Jesus Christ. It's like Phil having diarrhea or something. But anyway, yeah, it's sweet and savory, Phil. That's kind of the point of it.
So like I said, the deal they're running now at Domino's is you can get 3 medium pizzas, any toppings you want, unlimited, for $7 a pie, which is why I got the 6 toppings on this pie.
Well, that's cheap, Phil. Because if you can get 3 medium 1 toppings for $5, it's only $2 more for unlimited toppings. I'm sorry, Phil, but cheap is still cheap. I mean, just being honest. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying it's not a value. I'm just saying if he's gonna call the 3 for $5 cheap, then what he's eating is just as cheap. To be honest, well, slightly. It's still cheap. At the end of the day, it's still cheap.
That's not bad. The other one that they're running is you can get 2 medium pizzas with 2 toppings each for $5.99 each. Sorry, I don't consider 2 toppings enough to pay $6. If I'm going to pay $7, I want a 6-topping pizza. You know what I mean? Or a specialty pizza like this. So, overall, what do I think?
What the fuck are you talking about? If you went ahead and bought that off the regular menu, you're talking about, I mean, I guess back in those days, let's see, for 6 toppings on a medium, because that doesn't look like a large. I don't know. I mean, what, close to $10, if you will, and he thinks he's entitled to have a medium with 6 toppings on it for $7. Get the fuck out of here. If that was the case, then why did he take advantage of the special? Why didn't you just pay full price so you could flex on people and say, hey, I paid full price for these and this is an honest review? No, you took advantage of the special. Right, Phil? Because it was because you could have paid full price and you didn't. Right, Phil? Just saying. So isn't your opinion slightly skewed? I'm being a dick about it, but you know what I mean.
The pizza's definitely improved. The sauce tastes better. That's the first thing I mentioned. It was a lot tastier sauce, has some spices in it. The crust has a buttery garlic flavor. For me, it's okay. But I can see if someone doesn't like garlic, they could pretty much hate this pizza. Price-wise, unfortunately, the prices have gone up. Because like I said, you used to be able to do a $5.55 deal. You can't do that anymore. It doesn't even exist. You can do a $5.55 triple deal. The prices have gone up like 55 cents per pizza, probably because of the ingredients that they supposedly have improved. So, overall, Domino's pizza, for delivery pizza, it's real. First of all, it's not real pizza. It's not. It's manufactured.
So you're complaining about what? An additional $1.65? Is that really where we're going with this, Phil? Must have been hard out there in those mean streets of Connecticut, ladies and gentlemen. Bridgeport must have been, the block must have been drying up if, $1.65 was a really big deal. Yikes. And this is someone who spends who's doing DSP tries-its almost every day. I mean, granted, it's not like Amber Lynn who's spending $100 at Walmart each and every day because of all the food that she's devouring, but, you know, we're complaining about $1.65 if you think about it in the grand scheme of things. Yikes.
Pre-made, and then they just toss, you know, toppings on it and put it in the oven. It's not like a local pizzeria where they're going to make you a fresh pizza. So when you compare it with fast food pizzas like Pizza Hut and other places, unfortunately I do like Pizza Hut better than Domino's. So I have to say Domino's, this will probably get a 2.5. It's okay. Keep in mind, my old review of Domino's, the original Domino's before they did this, was probably like a 1. I hated it. It was disgusting. This is at least edible. The sauce is good. I really want to get some more of this, dig into this one right here, the Honolulu. It's got the good tasting sauce. It's got some interesting ingredients. And so yeah, so the new Domino's with the better sauce, the better crust, gets a 2.5 from me. Unfortunately, I think that there are way better pizzas out there, even fast food pizzas. And price-wise, now that the prices have gone up, they're losing their competitive edge. So I don't know, Domino's. You really have to think of a better strategy than, oh, we have better ingredients.
Because the price has gone up, they've lost their competitive edge, even though you admitted that they've improved, air quotes, in the ingredients to give you a better product? Do you not know what, I mean, are we having a bit of a disconnect here? Because they're asking for more money, they're losing their competitive edge. So doesn't that not mean that you yourself have lost your competitive edge, if you ever had one, as a content creator and a streamer, being that every day you ask for money and do the same mediocre work or put out the same mediocre product for it? I'm just throwing it out there, just surmising on a situation that seems kind of stupid to speak on. You know what I mean? Like, it's his relationship with his relationship with money. His relationship with food is unusual, to be honest. In the fact that he's overly judgmental on something that he feels that he spends money on. He has the right to do so, of course. At the same time, and rightfully so, people can counter that by saying, well, then why the fuck didn't you make it yourself? Oh, I don't have time, dude. You sit at home all day and you play video games. How the fuck do you not have time? And then his argument's completely shot out the water. Excuse me. But it goes back to him wanting to be treated as a king. And so when he looks at, oh, I put my hard-earned money down and I want this fast food, that, keep in mind, fast food, I expect it to be top-notch. I expect it to be as good as any, for example, mom-and-pop shop or a diner type setting, or any sit-down place, if you will. And that's not what you're paying for. If you're going to get fast food, you're paying for the convenience of it. I mean, don't be wrong, you deserve a quality product, but at the same time, you're paying for the convenience. So there's a trade-off there. But that's just his relationship and his critique of food, even though his food is absolute garbage. You can tell by just how he makes it and what goes into it. But his relationship with money is even more awkward. In the fact that he'll demand money to exist, right? To exist. But other people will ask for money so it can go to, sorry for that emphasis there, to help improve the content that they're putting out, to put out a better product, to do whatever. You know what I'm saying? To truly improve what they're doing. And he looks at that as wrong, right? Until he does it. And then all of a sudden he's mad that he gets shit for it. Mainly because you shit on other people for doing that. Like when Angry Joe was on Twitch early on, back when Phil was originally on there, and he was soliciting donations and asking for he was soliciting donations. I guess he was doing it through like a PayPal or something. Angry Joe was. But then he was also asking for tips. And Phil was kind of shitting on him, being like, how are you going to do that when you get all this money in ad revenue? And yet Phil ends up doing it later himself and then justifies it by, oh, well, I'm in a worse situation. Ad revenue was always available to them, so they had no right to ask for more money when they were already making all this money in ad revenue. But you did too. You you were getting money behind the scenes while you were making all this money in ad revenue. And what makes you any different? If anything, it makes you even more of a hypocrite because you may have been doing it before they were. So what makes you any better? And what makes them any worse than you? It's these type of tomes that he has, these weird quirks, if you will, to his personality as it pertains to money, is one of the reasons why people are put off from him. And it's also the reason why he has to rely on less than a handful of whales to save him on a daily basis, instead of having the community as a whole come out and support him. Hence the reason why it puts him in a situation for those chargebacks, because the very people who keep charging him back, ladies and gentlemen, not that I have any insider information or anything, because I don't, but the very people that keep charging him, that are charging him back, are more than likely really just a few people under just different names and whatnot and switching accounts, if I had to guess. It's the same people over and over and over again. And here's the thing. Phil is so gullible, so greedy, and so stupid that he'll take whatever money that's given to him no matter what, and he'll suffer, and he'll be like, oh, well, I'll beat the consequences later, until he doesn't. And I think that's the reason why he lied for all these years about the chargebacks and how he always won them, because they were so small that if he lost, he didn't care. Until King Tut, or Tutmosis, or whatever. Once that situation came out, it struck him. I think it cut him deep. To be perfectly honest with you, we can revisit that saga too in the future. But if you wanted my honest opinion, he lost. I like to think that he broke even. That he broke even, and he got mad that Tutmosis or King Tut got his money back. But as time has gone on, and looking at how far Phil was willing to go to get this guy, like the allegations that he actually got Tutmosis's docs and was spreading it around to his mods, that tells me that he lost that, and that's why he still holds on to his hatred for King Tut the way he does, even to this day. Even to this very day, he despises King Tut. And I think because King Tut cut him deep on two different fronts. One, he was hoping King Tut was going to be the new Brightside Viking. That's what I think. He wanted him to be the new Brightside Viking. And two, when he charged all the money back and he won. And King Tut was doing these donations and everything through credit cards. Through a credit card, I should say. And the credit card company will always side with their creditor, if you will, over a vendor or whatever the case may be. And that right there opened up the floodgates to all the nonsense Phil is doing now. And I think that only reinforces the hatred that he has for King Tut. That's just the way I see it.
We're going to charge you more money, because when you have a customer who you've ripped off for years, you charge them cheap, but the pizza was garbage. At least you have to, if you're going to charge them more expensive, you have to really up your ante. And I don't think this is enough to warrant a more expensive price. I think, if anything,
well, they didn't rip you off, first off and foremost, because just in case you forgot your narrative, idiot, you doing the $5 deal they had, you're paying a cheap price for a cheap product, period. And just because you didn't like Domino's doesn't mean, just because you didn't like a product doesn't mean you were ripped off. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? That's just not how that works, right? Like, for example, I'm not a big fan of M&M's per se. I like their peanut butter ones, but I'm just a peanut butter fiend. But I'm not a big fan of M&M's, but I like Reese's, for example. But then again, it's because it's peanut butter. Do I feel like I've been ripped off? No, I just don't buy it. Unless it's the peanut butter ones. But I don't buy it. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. Let me give you another example. Butterfinger, right? I used to be a big fiend of that. They changed the recipe over the years. And the last time I got one, which was probably like 2018, it tastes different. I didn't like it. So I stopped buying it. Period. You know what I'm saying? I just go back to Reese's peanut butter cups or Fast Breaks or anything that's heavily peanut butter, and I can live with that. Do I feel like I got ripped off? No. I don't like whatever changes they made. I don't like it, so I don't buy it. You know what I mean? End story. Until I found out on Amazon that there was a vendor that still had the older batch, and then I just purchased through them for a little while. But I don't feel like I was ripped off because I don't like the product. If I don't like it, I just don't like it. If you weren't ripped off, if you kept buying it, basically doing the same thing and getting the same result, you didn't get ripped off. You're a fucking idiot. That's your problem. But yet again, ladies and gentlemen, that goes back to this weird thing he has about money and his overall behavior in general. He wasn't, to say that he was ripped off is a lie. You weren't ripped off. And if you thought the food was cheap, then why'd you keep buying it? That's like if you go to your store and you pick up any frozen pizza of your choice. What do you got? You got DiGiorno's, you got Freschetta, you got Tombstone, you have Red Baron, you have regular Tony's, you have Totino's, whatever. Pick your poison. When it comes to frozen pizzas or whatever. If there's a certain brand that you don't like, right? You didn't get ripped off by that brand. You just don't like it. So don't buy it. Like, for example, the biggest debate that I generally see online when people talk about frozen pizza for whatever fucking reason is people fighting between DiGiorno's and Freschetta. I've tried them both. They're both great. Do I like one over the other? Yeah, I'm more of a DiGiorno's type person, to be honest with you. But I think they're both fine. I think they're both great. But people will sit there and kind of do what I do with DSP videos and pick that shit apart on like every aspect of it and so on and so forth, which is cool if you don't like it. But then there's the same people who are going to admit that they're going to go out and buy more of it later. Well, why the fuck are you buying it if you don't like it? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that doesn't make any sense when you think about it in the grand scheme of things. So, but then again, I've never heard any of them say that they were ripped off. It's just they don't like the product and they want to rant about it. That's fine. But they didn't get but you didn't get ripped off. So yet again, it's just another bit of behavior that this guy exhibits that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. It's kind of strange. Here, let me bring that back to see if I can get you at that ripped off part. I want you guys to hear that again. That shit's hilarious. That shit's hilarious.
The crust has a buttery garlic flavor. For me, it's okay, but I can see if someone doesn't like garlic, they could pretty much hate this pizza. Price-wise, unfortunately, the prices have gone up because, like I said, you used to be able to do a $5.55 deal. You can't do that anymore. That doesn't even exist. You can do a $5.55 triple deal. The prices have gone up like 55 cents per pizza, probably because of the ingredients that they supposedly have improved. So, overall, Domino's pizza, for delivery pizza, it's real. First of all, it's not real pizza. It's not. It's manufactured. All this is pre-made, and then they just toss toppings on it and put it in the oven. It's not like a local pizzeria where they're going to make you a fresh pizza. So when you compare it with fast food pizzas like Pizza Hut and other places, unfortunately, I do like Pizza Hut better than Domino's. So I have to say Domino's. This will probably get a 2.5. It's okay. Keep in mind, my old review of Domino's, the original Domino's before they did this, was probably like a 1. I hated it. It was disgusting. This is at least edible. The sauce is good. I really want to get some more of this, dig into this one right here, the Honolulu. It's got the good tasting sauce. It's got some interesting ingredients. And, so yeah, so the new Domino's with the better sauce, the better crust, gets a 2.5 from me. Unfortunately, I think that there are way better pizzas out there, even fast food pizzas. And price-wise, now that the prices have gone up, they're losing their competitive edge. So, I don't know, Domino's. You really have to think of a better strategy than, oh, we have better ingredients, and by the way, we're going to charge you more money. Because when you have a customer who you've ripped off for years, you charge them cheap, but the pizza was garbage. At least you have to, if you're going to charge them more expensive, you have to really up your ante. And I don't think this is enough to warrant a more expensive price. I think, if anything, they should increase the quality of their ingredients, but keep charging what they used to charge to make up for the years that you basically were eating shit.
That's can't do that. What kind of retardation is that? I'm sorry. Normally I would just say that's some tard shit, but I'm going to have to call it what it is. What kind of retardation is that? And this screenshot kind of proves it. What the fuck are you talking about? Phil, you put out a shit product pretty much your whole career. Pretty much your whole career, you've put out a shit product. Are you going to go ahead and now up the quality of your product without forcing people to pay for, I don't know, a new gaming chair, a new laptop, a new desktop, a new webcam, and a new green screen to make up for all the years that you gave them shit? No, you're not, are you? So then what the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? That makes no sense whatsoever. Matter of fact, for them to up the ingredients and up the quality, they would have to raise the price of the product to justify. Period. That's almost how to break. I mean, they kind of have to break even, if you will, because most pizza places run out of loss anyway. Like I think they said Little Caesars runs out of loss, or at least it did. I remember reading about that somewhere. But anyway, but like, you know what I'm saying? Like that's not how business works. Like it's weird because he's sitting here trying to give you like, oh, like they should be doing whatever they can to satisfy the customer. Don't get me wrong, that's basic shit. But then he wants them to run at a loss to do it. That's like if I go to, I don't know, like Papa John's, I guess, for example, and I look at their menu and I'll be like, you know what? The last time I was at Papa John's, I had a bad experience. I didn't have a bad experience. I'm using it as an example. But let's just say, last time I went to Papa John's, I had a bad experience, right? And now I'm going to order 3 more pizzas, but I want you to give all of them to me for 50% off because I had a bad experience. Now, first things first, just in case you don't know, if you've ever had a bad experience with any food place, especially like a Papa John's or like Pizza Hut or whatever the fuck your pizza place of choice is, you can certainly call them and say, hey man, I had an issue with such and such, yada yada yada. If more often than not, they'll just rush a brand new pie out to you if you really want them to, or they'll just credit your account. Just don't be a dick about it. You know what I'm saying? Most people are more than willing to accommodate. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? It's not worth fighting. Like, it's not worth them fighting with you over the small situation and they would lose the customer too, right? It's easier to keep the customer and then compensate you, and then they just keep you coming back later on down the line. Whereas if you be an asshole, not only did you just piss them off, but they're going to lose a customer, and then no one really wins. I mean, they'll give you your money back and they'll tell you to fuck off, but who really wins in that at the end of the day? And then if you try to order from them again, more often than not, if the rumors are true, they log that shit under your account. So they'll know, like, oh, this person right here was a dick the last time to such and such. And they make little supposedly they make little notations like that on your account. You don't want someone fucking around with your food, dude. That's not the way to go about it. So it's easier for them just to correct the mistake. The shit that this idiot's talking about right now, though, is on some tard shit. It's on some retarded shit. Legitimately. And he runs around and talks about being a business major and shit. No, sorry, it's low tier guy. But he's talking about he got a business degree, and yet what he's talking about isn't business. It's stupidity for the sake of being stupid. At the end of the day, if you're going to make any type of change to any type of business, no matter what the field is, it's going to cost you something. It's just the reality. It's the nature of the beast. With that being said, you can't just sit there and up the quality of the product, whatever it may be, and not charge more to compensate. It doesn't work that way. But that's him flexing more of his business acumen. And then this screenshot, oh, that has tard written all over it. Oh, I'm sure the wheelchair symbols have a great time with this shit. This right here, ladies and gentlemen, is that one meme of a bunch of those fucking unusual looking fucking characters welcoming another one into their fucking fold. That's what this is here. Holy shit.
Anyway, Domino's Pizza, it's okay. I give it like a 2.5, which is roughly an average rating. So that's it for this episode of DSP Tries It, and I'll see you guys later.
DSP Tries It.
What's up, everyone? Darksydephil with another episode of DSP Tries It, and today I'm going to try something that's, at least from what I'm going to understand, is brand new to be able to be purchased in like a retail store, and that is the Gatorade G-series. Now, not all Gatorade, obviously. Yes, Gatorade has been popular for over 20 years, but basically they're different kinds of Gatorade that are now being made available. There's not only the regular Gatorade like you see here. This is Gatorade. Now they call this, by the way, G2. It still says Gatorade on the bottle, but you'll also notice in some stores it says G2 on the bottle. It's because there's now 3 different kinds of Gatorade. There's this, which is G1. There's G2, and then there's G3. Okay, now let me explain supposedly what this is supposed to do and what the difference is supposed to be. Gatorade now has 3 levels of drink, if you can believe it. I know it sounds like a gimmick, but apparently this is serious. They have one drink that you're supposed to drink before you're about to do something athletic, or basically if you need an energy boost before you're about to do something, you're supposed to drink the G1, okay? The G2, you're supposed to drink during this activity that will probably be like strenuous physical activity to replenish sugars and carbs. And then there's a G3, which I don't have right now, but I plan on actually getting it. They actually had it at my local store the other day. It's supposed to regenerate the things that you lost while you were working out, and you're supposed to drink that after you finish. So apparently you're just supposed to be a big drinking mess during the entire time that you ever do any physical activity. But anyway, I think the theory behind it is the G1 is a drink with carbs and B vitamins. And if you don't know what B vitamins do, B vitamins are basically vitamins that allow you to process food, allow you to process sugars more efficiently. So this kind of prepares you to be burning a lot of carbs and doing a lot of processing of things in your body. This, which is the G2, is pretty much just sugar. So it's kind of replenishing the sugar that you're burning in step 1. And then the G3, from what I'm to understand, actually has protein in the drink. So it's almost like drinking a minor protein shake, to the point where it's supposed to be replenishing any protein that was broken down while you were exercising, and so that it helps to rebuild that protein afterwards. So interesting concept. I understand what they're going with this. I don't really know if anyone's going to be doing this properly. And it's kind of funny because, you know, Gatorade is Gatorade, and they always push Gatorade as like, oh, this is the athlete's drink. This is all you need to drink when you're working out. And now all of a sudden they have 3 different ones, which is kind of interesting that now here we are how long into this process, and only now have they kind of fessed up and said, oh yeah, well, Gatorade is just a sugar drink, but there's other drinks that you can drink that we're going to sell you now that'll actually help you out better to prep and then after. So interesting to me anyway. So I'm going to try this right now. This Gatorade G1. So all it says right on it, it's called Prime. Okay, it's called Gatorade Prime 1, so it's G1. They call it pre-game fuel, carbs plus B vitamins, B3, B5, and B6. It's supposed to be fruit punch flavored. 4 ounces. And by the way, this, if you can believe it, alright, this is 32 ounces of Gatorade. This is 4 ounces of Gatorade G1. This costs exactly the same amount of money as this. So apparently they think that the B vitamins that are in this are important enough to warrant the price to be the same price as a 32 ounce regular Gatorade. So just looking at this, actually what I kind of want to do is look side by side at their ingredients and see what the real difference was. So it actually looks like they both have similar ingredients. Water, they both have sucrose, dextrose, citric acid. This looks like the G1 definitely has a lot more ingredients to it, some of which could specifically call out, that they're actually B vitamins, such as this one, niacinamide, calcium pantothenate, pyridoxine hydrochloride. Also, I don't know what isomaltose is, but that's not in the regular Gatorade that just rolled away. So there are extra ingredients in here. Whether or not these B vitamins that you drink in this actually will do anything, or even could possibly even be absorbed into your body fast enough that if you're about to do a workout within an hour of drinking this, that it's actually going to affect your body any, I guess is definitely a matter of opinion. I'm not sure if anyone's actually done scientific research on that or not, but just interesting that this is a thing that they're trying to push. But anyway, as you can see, not even a cap. You're supposed to drink this all in one sitting, so you tear the top off. So let's test this sucker. Let's see if it actually tastes anything remotely like regular fruit punch here of Gatorade. Very interested to see. Oh. Okay, so I guess what you're supposed to do, as you can see here, I guess what you're supposed to do is just squeeze it out. You squeeze it through the top into your mouth. So let's try. This would be hilarious. Probably go all over the place.
Oh wait, Phil. I think I saw a glass, empty glass with a cocktail straw in it. Was that what I saw, Phil? Was that our gin for the for the night. Let's go back a little bit. Here, I'll get it.
It through the top into your mouth. So let's try. This would be hilarious. Probably go all over the place.
There we go. there's Old Faithful, if you will, our gin and tonic glass with the little straw, because he likes to sip on his gin and tonic after a hard day of work playing video games. You never get tired of the old stuff.
Ooh. Oh my god. Oof. Okay, well, it's like a hyper concentrated Gatorade. It really is. It
Did you wait? I was waiting to see if he was gonna figure that out. Did you, when you did the comparison between the 4 or 6 ounces of that compared to the 32 ounces, that didn't cross your mind that, oh, it's way more concentrated and that's why it's the same price as the 32 ounce, if not a little more? That didn't cross your mind at all. Another DSP-ism, ladies and gentlemen. Take it all in.
It tastes to me like the syrup that they probably put into this Gatorade to make it. Like, this is a hyper concentrated syrup. It's super strong compared to like when you make soda. And you know, soda is made from water, carbonation, and syrup. That's what this tastes like. It's a thicker kind of a drink. And it does have the same fruit punch flavoring as the regular Gatorade, but it's just weird. I'm trying to see. It has 23 grams of sugar in it, right? And that's 4 ounces. This has 14 grams of sugar in it, and it says there's 4 servings per container.
It doesn't matter. That's still a lot of sugar, no matter what. That's just a lot of sugar. But then again, I don't know anybody, ladies and gentlemen, who drinks Gatorade and don't do physical activities. You know what I'm saying? Like, it just seems weird that you'd be just sitting around the house drinking Gatorade and not doing shit. It just seems, I don't know. It just seems weird. I'm sure there's people that do it, and no hit against them or no slight against them if that's the case. It just seems odd. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, if that's the case, drink water. Or drink like, or, you know, like the stuff that you can add to water, like, you know, like Mino or whatever the hell that stuff's called. Do that. You know what I'm saying? But I just don't see the point. It just seems weird.
So this is actually hyper concentrated. It is 23 grams of sugar and only 4 ounces. Basically, it would take 8 of these pouches to make up one of these, okay? This is telling me in this entire bottle, it only has 56 grams of sugar. In this one pouch, this has 23 grams of sugar. So just under half. So this pouch is really a super sugar and vitamin drink. And that's probably why it's such a small pouch. They kind of want you to chug it in a couple slugs to prepare you for physical activity. So, interesting concept. It doesn't taste bad. It was weird because it is, like I said, it seems like a little bit like almost like a syrup when you drink it. So, it's a little bit different than regular Gatorade. Now, I don't know, obviously, I'm not ready to do super physical activity here or anything like that, but for what it is as a product, as something that you're going to drink, it's not that bad. It's just a little weird. You'd have to get used to it in order to, you know, adjust to, okay, you know, if I'm going to work out, I guess I have to drink this syrup first. But, I mean, who knows? People who seriously work out drink all kinds of weird shit. So maybe this is actually more normal than some of the stuff that they drink now. But for what it has, I mean, yeah, theoretically, B vitamins and sugars would help you to perform better. Theoretically. A scientific study that definitively says if you drink this many B vitamins and this much sugar this exact amount of time before you work out, that it's going to actually enhance your performance in any way. So it is what it is. I have to say that since it is Gatorade, maybe it's a little bit more trustworthy than some of those other guys that have been doing these kind of drinks for years, but who knows. Flavor-wise, it tastes pretty much exactly like regular fruit punch, except like I said, it's a thicker. It's almost like a fruit punch syrup. And since I do have to kind of rate this overall, I'd probably give it a 3, simply because it's not something you want to drink all the time. But in situations where you're probably going to work out, it might be something that you want to try. But anyway, this is hard to rate because like I said, I'm not going to go work out and see if this helps me. And there's really no way to tell anyway, because it might almost be like a placebo effect in my head, thinking, oh, because I drank this, now I'm going to perform better when I work out, and therefore, it could artificially enhance performance. So I can't really rate it on the performance aspect of it, but what I can say is it's not a bad drink. It's not awful. It's not carbonated, which is good. I see these carbonated energy drinks. I'm like, why would you chug a giant soda and then go try to do activity? You're going to be burping all over the place. It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. So, I don't know. I'm going to give this a 3, and it's interesting. I'm just trying to get the awareness out that this product exists too, because like I said, I had heard about this. I'd seen a commercial for it on TV for months and months. I saw commercials, and I never actually saw the product. And then finally, I went to my local supermarket a couple weeks ago, and I saw it on the shelf, and I said, oh, let me snag this now, just to try it and see what the hell it is, because when you see stuff like that, it doesn't even exist. Is it just in a test market? And it seems like maybe now it's expanding into the mainstream. So that's G1. At a later date, I will also be trying out the G3, and we'll see what that's like. But anyway, that's DSP Tries It. That's Gatorade G1, which is called Prime, and I'll see you next time.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's the end of that. Yet again, strange way of. It's amazing to me, the mental dexterity, the lack thereof, actually, of how long it took him to realize this is a much more concentrated form of Gatorade. That blows my mind that it took him that long to figure that out. I'm stunned. In any case, big ups to LD for this. Thank you very much yet again. The link to this will be down in the description. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and close up shop, and we will reconvene for final thoughts, and I will let you guys go with your day. I might premiere this. We'll see. Holy shit. Oh, Phil. God damn, dude. God damn. All right. Yet again, big ups to LD. I very much appreciate it. The link to this video without my annoying voice will be down in the description. All right, ladies and gentlemen, what are our takeaways from all this? I think the whole DSP Tries It thing was him putting himself out there for sponsorship and to advertise products. I don't care what anybody says. That essentially is what all this was. Let me give you a great example of a food reviewer who I've been a big fan of for a long time, and you've seen little snippets of that stuff in some of my past broadcasts on the main channel, and maybe a little bit here, but certainly on the main channel. A guy by the name of Dame Drops. He's a food reviewer, and he's been building himself up over the years, and different companies have reached out to him to do different stuff. Like he's been reached out to by very, very respectable and high-end resorts to come out to fly him out. Because I think he's from like Bridgeport. No, he's from Connecticut. I don't know where he's from. He's not from Bridgeport though. I don't think he's from. Is he from New Haven? No, I don't remember where. My bad, dude. He's from Connecticut though. I'm pretty sure he's from Connecticut, and yeah, he's from Connecticut. I can't remember exactly where now, but he's from Connecticut, and he gets flown out to different places. He's been on the Rachel Ray show a couple times. He had I think he actually had his own food review show on Travel Channel for a little while. All of that, ladies and gentlemen, came from him doing food reviews. Like, before anybody reached out to him to go to test kitchens, before any sponsorship deals or whatever, he did all of that on his own. And he slowly but surely built up. He's not the only one. There's a bunch of guys, a bunch of people who did that. Like Healthy Foods, it's not spelled that way. It's spelled slightly different. They got a really big boost from Dame, because them and Dame, the two of them and Dame Drops are good friends, and they actually do copycat recipes, if you will, but they do food reviews as well. Same concept. They ended up starting off doing stuff like that, and then sponsorships reached out to them, and so on and so forth. I think that's what Phil was fishing for. I think a lot of food reviewers, especially early on, that's how they all built up their profiles. That's how people found out about them. And I think that's what Phil was fishing for, and I don't think it worked out, or maybe it did and he just never did it. Who could say? But even now, like that, a lot of these people who do mukbangs or mukbangs, however you want to pronounce it, they get reached out to do certain stuff all the time. So I think this was an early attempt of him trying to get into that market, or definitely to get more exposure, and for whatever reason it didn't go anywhere. But then he was so content. He was content with the ad revenue, which in honesty may have been his biggest deficit. He could have worked a little bit harder. He could have changed things up. He could have done better angles. He could have done a bunch of things to make it more appealing for those different companies and whatnot to come in and want to sponsor him. And he just didn't do it. Just like when in the gaming, as it pertains to gaming, he had a big opportunity to go out, to be flown out to some studio for some big gaming publisher and test out their game and give them feedback. And he didn't do it. It was going to be like 3 days or something like that. And he didn't want to do it because there was a big release, or there was a couple of big releases coming out that same week. And he didn't want to give up on the YouTube ad revenue. It's incredible, I know. But it's stuff like that. Eventually we're going to go over that video too. I got to find it. But it's stuff like that. It's silly, stupid shit like that. Business decisions that ended up fucking up Darksydephil in a way that I don't think anybody can explain, and certainly cannot be overstated. This is what he is, to be honest. But like I said, we'll continue to go through these. Like I said, there's like 13 or 14 of them, so we got a long way to go. And I hope to show you more as I give you more of the DSP lore with some of this nonsense. But that's what I'm really starting to think DSP Trizits were. And I think even if the opportunities were presented to him, either he was too paranoid, believing that they were detractors, trolls, haters, or critics, or he didn't understand how to go about it, so he just chose not to do it. As you saw with that Domino's pizza box, where he couldn't get the damn thing closed, so he just went and threw something else on top of it. He's a quitter. He's someone who, he can't see the big picture. He can only see past his hoof. And if any of it is uncomfortable or inconvenient to him, even in the slightest, he'll just won't do it. It's just the way he rolls. And it's a shame, but that is what he is. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for listening in. I very much appreciate it, and I'll catch you guys for the next one of these, hopefully sooner than later. Ladies and gentlemen, this is DSP News 2nd edition. Take care of yourselves. Whew. Later, people.